All right, y'all. It's time to talk about Leo season. This is Taylor Ursula of That's So Pisces, and it's the season we've all been waiting for, the season of the sun. Let's break down Leo season. All praise the sun as we enter its season. This is Taylor Ursula of That's So Pisces, and y'all, it's Leo time. Leo season promises us some very potent astrology. We have Mercury entering into Virgo and promptly stationing retrograde at 4 degrees. We see Chiron station retrograde, which essentially will remain through the end of the year. We have a new moon in Leo at the exact degree that we saw Venus station direct last summer. And on that note, we see Venus move into Virgo. We end the season on an action-packed, out of left field, no holds barred full moon in Aquarius. So let's dive in. Leo season starts on Monday, July 22nd, and right away, as soon as the sun has entered into Leo, it steps right into an opposition to Pluto in Aquarius, retrograde at 0 degrees. That means that all of Leo season will be colored by this greeting as the sun walks through the door. And if anything, the power dynamics, the challenges that we feel here are following up on energies we've already seen surface as we had Mercury make this opposition to Pluto when it entered into Leo during Cancer season, and we saw Venus make that same opposition at 1 degree as soon as she entered into Leo at the Libra first quarter moon. So the story here isn't brand new. We've already seen some challenges surface here. We've had our ideas confronted, or we've seen our mind have to stretch in order to adapt to some of the circumstances happening around us. We've seen Venus follow that up and see those challenges begin to manifest in our one-on-one or our group relationships, or perhaps in our sense of being resourced. Now, the sun, of course, rules Leo, and so with the sun coming through and making this same opposition, this same sort of duel that we see, there's something really powerful that might be awakened in this opposition. And being the third planet to come through and do so, to meet Pluto in this same challenging way, might have us feel similar to when a planet has a conversation with another planet, stations retrograde and goes back and has that conversation 2 or 3 times. Really, the sun making this opposition to Pluto might have us integrating into our sense of self what changes are being demanded of us in the face of these challenges. And again, this is energy that is opening up the gateway into Leo, and so we'll carry this with us onward into the whole season. On Thursday the 25th, we see Mercury make its way into its home sign and its sign of exaltation in Virgo. And again, be forewarned that this heralds the upcoming Mercury retrograde, which we'll see start at 4 degrees, and we'll get to that shortly. On the same day, we see the sun in Leo make a sextile to Mars newly in Gemini at 3 degrees. So there is some perhaps emphasis or oomph that is provided, or that is able to support some of our efforts now. Maybe even because we have had that Sun-Pluto opposition and we've kind of had some fires like awakened inside of us, we might find ourselves supported in the actions that we take next. We did also see Mars in Gemini make a trine to that Pluto retrograde in Aquarius just before Leo season started. And so there might be something that we are able to connect with and retrieve or receive from Mars in the wake of these both very different interactions with Pluto. We might be kind of getting our ducks in a row in this sense. getting information from these different angles and kind of figuring out what we want to do from here. On Friday the 26th, we see Chiron in Aries at 23 degrees, station retrograde. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Chiron will be retrograde through the end of the year. So this might be a time where we feel the most tender, right? Chiron is not technically a planet, it is an asteroid, it is a centaur body, and so while it is not necessarily kind of one of those personal planets where we see where that retrograde energy is directly showing up, Chiron certainly does trigger some of our deepest insecurities, our deepest uncertainties, our inadequacies, okay? And so we might feel that really potently right there at the beginning. Chiron in Aries is the farthest that it orbits away from the sun. When Chiron is in Libra, or really we should say like Leo through Scorpio, Chiron is closer to the sun than Saturn. So Chiron stationing sort of as like an outer planet in Aries has the impact that outer planets do, which is that we feel that retrograde energy most potently as it is first stationing. That then sort of starts to wane as we move away from that station point. When it begins to reach the place where it will station direct at the end of the year, we will feel that potency start to resurface. So we might feel very tender at this time, and maybe this also connects with the sun making that opposition to Pluto. Even though those bodies are not directly connected to Chiron, there may be some overlap happening here where we see, again, some stories about what we have failed to initiate, where we have been held back, where we have not been appreciated or received support for what we are putting into motion. We might feel this at this time. On Saturday the 27th, we have our third quarter moon in Taurus at 5 degrees. Okay, and so this is where we will continue to see release. This is where we will continue to let go of resources or forms of embodiment that are no longer aligned with who we are. And this moon will not only square the sun, but it will also square Pluto, as the sun opposed Pluto a few days ago. We're going to continue to have Taurus lunations that challenge Pluto, and the moon is technically exalted here in Taurus, and yet there's something unsettling about those squares to Pluto. There's something where we feel ruffled, and really Pluto is trying to bring challenge and change to where we might be holding on to some form of creature comfort, or again, some form of embodiment that is actually no longer aligned with who we are. The thing about all of these fixed signs, Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, Scorpio, is that they hold on even beyond the point of usefulness or purpose. And Pluto here is going to be a little bit of like an antidote to some of that energy, and will ask us what it is that we really need to hold on to in order to remain or become who we are, versus what we have believed is important or what may no longer be important but we're still carrying. We'll talk more about that in that third quarter moon video when that comes up. On Tuesday the 30th, we see Venus in Leo make a trine to that newly retrograde Chiron in Aries at 23 degrees. Okay, and perhaps this is where we start to get a sense of what new resources we do need to be bringing into the fold, right? Venus is the one who oversaw that Taurus third quarter moon from Leo, which means that that moon also then, as it moved through Taurus, made a square to that Venus. And that may have brought up some sense of nostalgia or some sense of reminiscing on what we've been holding on to. Venus making this trine to Chiron newly retrograde is picking up on some of those feelings of tenderness and may have us, from fire sign to fire sign, taking action in some way, standing out in some way, or like leaning further into who we are and how we can kind of feel bolstered at this time. Maybe we're able to bring some new resources to some old pain, or make new connections whether with new people or with those we know in a new way, to bring conversations about what those wounds mean to us at this time. On Wednesday the 31st, we see the Sun in Leo make a trine to the North Node in Aries at 8 degrees. Okay, so there's some sort of harmonious indication, some sort of sign perhaps that we are receiving, some form of affirmation we may be receiving around who we are now, which feels very Sun in Leo, and who we are becoming, which feels very Aries North Node. Maybe we're able to kind of bridge these selves and get a sense of what that kind of changeover is starting to look like. And the next day, Thursday, we see Mars and Gemini make a sextile to that North Node in Aries at 8 degrees, that it is ruling. So even more affirmation. Because it's a sextile, we may have to keep our eyes out. We may have to put in a little push to kind of see where that connection is lining up. But with Mars ruling that North Node and Mars having just made a sextile to the Sun in Leo, we might see some kind of some things coming full circle, getting a full picture of how these things are overlapping or interconnected now. But all of them yielding some sense of moving closer to what this soul journey is craving at this time, which is authenticity, initiation, taking chances, leaving before looking. On Friday the 2nd, we see Venus in Leo make a square to Uranus in Taurus, okay, at 26 degrees. Now, this is Venus wrapping up this journey in Leo and also ruling Taurus. Perhaps there's a connection between what those conversations with the North Node have revealed to us and what changes are going to be demanded of us in our interpersonal relationships, in our connection to resources, in our sense of value. Okay, we might see some big disruptions in some of those areas if we are otherwise getting this confirmation or this affirmation that we are moving into kind of a new way of being that is more aligned with who we are. On Sunday the 4th, we have that new moon in Leo that I talked about at the beginning, happening at 12 degrees, which is the exact degree where Venus stationed direct last summer. So, kind of interesting to see that happening shortly after that Venus square to Uranus, which, by the way, also took place 3 times last summer, as Venus hit it direct and then retrograde and then direct once more. So there might be some layers of that Venus retrograde kind of finally becoming settled or finally landing in a way that we are able to build intentions around now. Perhaps we'll see or create some intentions or witness some new cycles around what those decisions were that we landed with at the end of that Venus retrograde last year. Now, perhaps we didn't set things into motion at that time, but we certainly had something awoken within us, right? We certainly had some new boundaries, some new needs, some new ways of connecting that we were becoming very clear of at that time. And it's very interesting to think that almost a year later, we now see that story come full circle and get a sense of what we want to grow here now. We'll talk more about that at that new moon video. On the same day, we see Venus make its way into Virgo, joining Mercury. Okay, and so Venus here enters its sign of detriment. That's okay. We love when planets enter into their signs of detriment. It means that we are no longer really putting up with what we typically do while those signs, or while those planets rather, are in more conventional signs. We may see ourselves becoming a little more detail-oriented here. We may be more willing to put in work into our aesthetic or into the values that we are establishing. And something that adds to this dynamic is that this is the same day that Mercury stations retrograde in Virgo at 4 degrees. So Venus's time moving through Virgo will be ruled by a Mercury who is beginning retrograde in this same sign and moving back into Leo. So we'll see some of perhaps whatever Mercury is going back over to review, we'll see that show up in how Venus is going to proceed through Virgo again, in its sign of detriment, maybe no longer putting up with some of the dynamics or some of the connection to resources that she otherwise would in a sign more tolerable to her. On Wednesday, August 7th, we see the Sun in Leo make a sextile to Jupiter in Gemini at 16 degrees. Okay, so this is also a Jupiter in its retrograde shadow, okay? And so Jupiter will be going back over this point. Of course, the Sun will no longer be here, but there is something that we might be tapping into in this moment regarding opportunity, maybe too many opportunities, remembering that Jupiter is in detriment in Gemini. We might have a big sense of self aligning with some new definitions or some new responsibility or role that we are playing. And we also on this day see Venus making a conjunction to newly retrograde Mercury at 3 degrees in Virgo. So there is some conversation about what Mercury is up to in these first days of retrograde. There is some maybe passing on of information or some sort of guidance or direction in terms of how that's going to inform Venus moving forward. But this is where our money meets our mind, okay? Or we put our money where our mouth is, or our ideas meet our networks. And remembering that Mercury is retrograde, this might be an opening conversation that continues to evolve. On Monday, August 12th, we have our first quarter moon in Scorpio at 20 degrees. So, what are we building toward? What did we set into motion at that Leo new moon that again took place at that degree of station direct for Venus last summer? And what is the moon in Scorpio challenging us to take on? This is a moon being ruled by a Mars that cannot see it from Gemini, and that might be a little confusing, a little confounding. We might be a little, we might be connecting in many conversations to see what's possible in that first quarter moon. We might be trying out a lot of different methods to accomplish our goal in reaching the full moon. We'll talk more about that in that first quarter moon video. On Wednesday, August 14th, we see Mars in Gemini make a conjunction to Jupiter at 16 degrees. Okay, and this might see us really ramping up our efforts to get to that full moon, right? We will probably feel this in that first quarter moon, since it's just a couple of days before Mars is meeting Jupiter. And so that energy will be very potent. We might feel bigger than ourselves. That can be positive or negative. We might get very wrapped up in a sense of ego about what we're trying to make happen right now. This can also be very advantageous, where we are taking advantage of the many possibilities, definitions, opportunities, etc. that are lining up in front of us. It really depends on how we use it, but know that this will be a very emphasized, energetic kind of day. On this same day, we see Mercury make its way back into Leo. So we will be revisiting some of what Mercury was wrapping up here. We will be getting a sense of what Mercury wants us to be reviewing as it makes its way back into this sign. On Thursday the 15th, we make the Sun in Leo. On Thursday the 15th, we see the Sun in Leo make a trine to retrograde Chiron in Aries at 23 degrees. Okay, following up with that conversation that was opened up with Venus, we might be integrating some of what first came up in that sense regarding whatever connections or resources or values Chiron newly retrograde had us reconsidering. This trine may be a reflection of some of the energy that shows up in the Mars in Gemini square to Saturn retrograde in Pisces energy that happens on this same day. Mars is all gassed up from this conjunction to Jupiter, and yet just days later is running into the wall of Saturn. That might really emphasize that Sun trine Chiron energy and might have us really feeling like we are currently in wounds from the past right now. It also could catalyze us to embrace or understand those wounds in a new way while we are being called to sit in a little bit of stillness, or at least in less action than we would typically were Mars not squaring Saturn at the same time. We might feel frustrated, we might see our efforts thwarted, we might have a lot of ideas, Mars and Gemini, and a lot of curiosity and a lot of capacity to think outside the box, and Saturn retrograde in Pisces might be the stop sign, might be the voice of the people, or some broader narrative of something happening in a bigger world outside of us that is not allowing us to move forward. On Sunday the 18th, we see part 2 of the Mercury in Leo square to Uranus in Taurus at 27 degrees. Okay, so maybe that Mars square to Saturn has us trying to think outside the box. Maybe it has us mentally confounded. Mercury making that square part 2 means that we've already seen some of the themes of what this interaction is bringing up for us that first time around during Cancer season. So we might already have an idea of what's going on. Maybe it's not that surprising to us, but we are revisiting some of what came up for us at that time and taking further steps or making more sense of what was being brought up then. On the same day, we have our Mercury cazimi at 26 degrees. So remember, Mercury is moving backward optically. And so here we also gain some clarity. Perhaps that square opens something up or forces something to crack open in a way that gains us some further insight into what this retrograde period is asking of us. And on the same day, we have Venus in Virgo making a square to Jupiter in Gemini at 17 degrees. Neither of these planets wants to be here. And that's to say that neither of these planets is socially acceptable in these signs. Does that mean that we can't have a little fun? No. It might mean that we feel a little cuckoo. We know that Venus squaring Jupiter tends to mean bigger is better, and that can backfire, especially when these planets are in detriment and both being ruled by Mercury, who is retrograde. Okay, so this is a little bit of a tricky energy. It can absolutely be benevolent, the way that these planets are benevolent. It might not come across as idealistically as both of those planets like to imagine it will. And so there might be a sense of disappointment happening even if something big is kind of growing outside of us. We're coming back to that thought about planets in detriment. Both of these planets may decide to be free of things that they can no longer contain or hold on to. And that might be some of the bigger is better vibe. I'm gonna ditch all of this stuff because I cannot hold on to it. The final major transits of Leo season are this very intense, earth-shattering full moon in Aquarius. Why, you ask? This full moon in Aquarius is taking place at 27 degrees. Didn't we just talk about some planets at 27 degrees a minute ago? Oh yeah, it was Uranus. Okay, so we saw Mercury make that square to Uranus. On the same day, we had the Sun make a cazimi to Mercury. That was just the day before this full moon. And so the Sun then follows through on the day of this full moon and makes its square to Uranus. The Moon, moving through Aquarius on this day, will also square Uranus. We got a T-square, y'all. And that means Mercury is also still nearby, being opposed by the full moon. Now, we don't know what to expect with Uranus, and that is kind of part of the vibe. Something big will happen. What will it look like? The more we try to know, the more Uranus will try to elude us. Know that things will change at this full moon, all right? That is the one thing we can be certain of when it comes to Uranus, is that some dynamic is changing. We are meant to be evolving at this time. That is Uranus's goal. Missive is to enlighten us in some way, often through radical movements. Now, really ramping this up is the fact that on the same day we see Jupiter in Gemini making its square to Saturn retrograde in Pisces at 17 degrees. This is a classic father-son argument, and if we bring in Uranus, we've got 3 generations of planets here, all engaged in some sort of challenging dynamic. Jupiter square Saturn has us wanting to break free of limitations. Saturn is the authoritative no, and Jupiter is the give it to me, yes. Now remember that Jupiter is in its sign of detriment. Saturn doesn't thrive here under Jupiter's rule. With all of the energy surrounding the Uranian squares, oppositions, and chaos, and Jupiter squaring Saturn while ruling it, we may see ourselves breaking free of something very dramatic at this time. Or rather, I should say, breaking free of something in a very dramatic fashion. What will that be? I'm very curious to hear what this brings up for you. And honestly, I can't even tell you what it is that we're breaking free of from the Uranian perspective. But from Jupiter's perspective, there is something about perhaps the rules or the traditions that Saturn upholds that Jupiter does not have time for at this time. Okay, this is a loaded Leo season, and we're working with strength times 2 because strength is the card affiliated with Leo. To add a little emphasis, I'll be pulling out the Sun, which is, of course, the Sun, and the Sun rules Leo. So we're gonna get a look at these cards and get a sense of how they interplay, all right, to see what kind of themes are coming up for us before we pull cards for all of the signs. So stay tuned. Okay, let's take a look at our cards for the season. Now, if you've been tuning in, if you've been following along, or even if you've been exploring other tarot sources, you may have heard or recall that this is the year of strength. So all year we are navigating the themes of strength, and strength is the card affiliated with Leo. So this card becomes extra prominent this season for us. Now, to join us or to expand upon this energy, we're bringing in the Sun as well, because it's nice to have a friend in these things. And also because the Sun, of course, is affiliated with the Sun, and the Sun rules Leo. So this is a homecoming period for the Sun. There may be a sense of revitalization that you're able to connect to at this time, because we all benefit from the Sun moving through Leo. We all get to feel a little bit more radiant, a little bit more authentic and connected to our true selves when the Sun is moving through Leo, no matter where Leo is in our chart or where our Sun may be. So I love this especially because if you've been tuning into our last few lunation cycles, we've had the Sun show up reversed. And we've been talking about how maybe we're not quite ready yet to fully emerge as our true selves. Maybe we're not quite feeling it yet. It's like we kind of have sensed that maybe the Sun is going to rise soon and burn off some of these clouds. But we've been having a few cycle moments lately where it's been showing up for us in a way that isn't quite accessible to us just yet. So I love focusing on the Sun at this time as a means of perhaps showing us the path toward finally feeling those clouds burn off, feeling something align that we've been kind of waiting to happen in the background or in the ether for the past several weeks. Okay, so let's explore how these cards might interplay. Kind of funny to think about how dark this Strength card is and how bright the Sun card is. And maybe there's a little bit of contradiction here, or maybe it feels counterintuitive. And yet what strikes me right away is a sense of balance, right? For every night there is a dawn, right? For every end of the spectrum on the dark side, there is the Sun, there is the light. There's something about bringing things back into balance this season for us in a way that really serves the narrative that we're exploring here this year with the Strength card. So if Strength is about our instincts and realigning those with our intuition and our gut, then the Sun comes in and allows us to recognize what it feels like to be our true selves as that process unfolds. And conversely, when we see ourselves being our true selves, when we see ourselves lighting up and burning off those clouds and really emerging as our true selves, we then reinforce the instincts and intuition that brought us to that point. Now, of course, as the artist here, let me just also point out that we have butterflies on each of these cards, okay? So here in Strength, the butterflies representing that delicate part of us, and these piercing panther eyes showing us the animal that we can be, the strength that we can exhibit, but also how quickly that can turn into viciousness or malice or some of the more base animal instincts that don't allow us to also hold our delicacy, right? So strength is such a delicate balance of knowing that we can derail ourselves, that we can undo ourselves in a heartbeat, and making the choice to remain in harmony with these various interplaying pieces of ourselves. And here in the sun, the butterflies represent this transformation that we've gone through as we've left the journey of the moon, which has pulled us deep within ourselves. In that moon journey, maybe drawing a little bit of parallel to the chrysalis, which is also an inner journey, we see ourselves emerging from that sort of unconscious cocoon and seeing our bright colors begin to emerge, seeing this new shape that we've taken, knowing that this was our destiny, right? The butterfly has, like, does the butterfly know? How does it know? This is one of my biggest questions in life. How does it know? How does it trust that when it goes into the chrysalis, it will come out this beautiful, brand new creature? That is all part of the trust that we perhaps establish in the Strength card. Okay, so we're going to be looking at these two cards as we go through our pulls for each sign. So tune in for your sun sign, your moon sign, your rising sign. All of the horoscopes are written through the lens of whole sign rising signs. So take everything that suits you, leave behind what does not fit your narrative at this time, and let's dive in. Welcome, Leo, to your season forecast. Okay, as we look at Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, and Venus hanging out in your first house of self and how you show up in the world. We see Mercury and Venus making their way into Virgo, your second house of my stuff, my resources, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have the South Node in your third house of siblings, immediate environments, neighborhoods, the mind, communication. The full moon in Aquarius takes place in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. We see Saturn and Neptune hanging out in your eighth house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my ancestors, my psychology. We've got the North Node hanging out with Chiron in your ninth house of faraway travel, higher learning, other cultures, philosophy and religion. We've got Uranus shaking things up in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Last but not least, we've got Mars posted up in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. Okay, we've got some prompts for today. We're going to be looking at where I see myself shine this season, conjuring this sun energy, as well as how to support and foster growth here. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of, those base animal instincts we talked about, and how to navigate these challenges. All right. We will look at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of the stories beneath the surface of this season, and we'll roll our trusty dice to find out anything else that stands out that we need to pay attention to. All right, without further ado, okay, who do we got here? The Three of Swords reversed. Okay, a couple of ways we could see this. My first question is, are you resisting the pain of something? Like, are you trying to hold this process at bay? Are you trying to do everything to avoid going through this portal? We know the Three of Swords is an unpleasant moment. It's a minor and it's a 3, which means there's more to come. So it is a moment if we can embrace it. All right, so if this is something you're navigating, we're gonna have to talk about that. Perhaps the other side of this is that you've gone into this moment of pain and you are going to start feeling it ease now. Okay, obviously that sounds more pleasant than the first. All pain is unpleasant, let's just acknowledge that. So let's see what else is here, but we certainly have some story about either resisting this process that you will need to go through or having gone through this process and finally shifting out of it. Okay, so where I see myself shine this season. Ooh, that's pleasant. Okay. Hierophant is connected to Taurus. We just talked about how that's your 10th house and where Uranus is hanging out and has been for some time and will be for some more time. Uranus takes 7 years to transit a sign on average. So we saw the Hierophant reverse show up recently in our lunations. I believe this was, if I'm remembering correctly, our Gemini new moon sequence. You can let me know if that's wrong. So I believe we saw the Hierophant reverse show up during Gemini season. And we talked about, do we need to reframe what we believe in? Do we need to kind of revisit what belief systems we allow to hold us and inform us? Not so much the like maybe kind of Sagittarius belief of like the philosophical side of what I believe in, but the Hierophant really being some tangible, consistent system outside of ourselves that we enroll into. There's sort of a mentor vibe here. Who teaches me, right? Who is that kind of one-on-one mentor kind of person to me? Conversely, you could be the mentor person, right? And let's entertain the idea that we can occupy a bit of both. Who am I mentoring, or who do I have the capacity to mentor at this time? Who is mentoring me? If that's not the vibe, if you're not really connecting with a specific person who's connected to this system, then there's some theme here about really solidifying, Taurus, what it is that you are able to put your faith into at this time. All right. And I love that, like, connected to where I see myself shine. That could certainly be, I see myself shining as this mentor, as someone who can teach someone something. We've got the North Node and Chiron in your 9th house of like higher learning. So you could be kind of participating in that either as a student or a teacher or both again. So, but seeing yourself shine in this sense of, I believe in this thing carries me, I feel really rooted in this. Maybe if we're thinking about that story of the sun where we went through the moon first and then we've burned off some of the clouds, this may have been like a big journey you've been on in terms of what is it that I believe in? What does hold my faith? And what does faith mean to me? And what does that look like, right? I think faith is deeply personal. This is a major arcana card, which means this is not necessarily something that you see the end of in this season, but you see this opening up at this time. How to support and foster growth here. Ooh, okay, I like this. All right, so it's time to get clear on equality was the first word that came to mind. And here's another thing where you can be kind of either or maybe in some situations you are one and in another situation you are the other. But this is a card of kind of, some describe this as like a charity card. And is this like, I need to ask for help? I'm these hands. I need something from someone. Is this, I have a bounty and I'm able to give it at this time? You could be, again, both at once, right? In some context, you might be the hand who is reaching. And in some contexts, you might have something to offer. This really fits into the narrative that we just explored in terms of, are you the mentor or the mentee? Are you the one teaching or are you the one learning, right? And you can absolutely be both in perhaps different contexts. So I love this as a grounding of this major arcana. What is it that I can do to support and foster growth? Tune into this energy. Perhaps get a sense of, where do I have something extra to give people? And how do I go about giving that, right? And where is it that I could need a little, I could use a little guidance? Where is it that I need an extra boost? And how can I get clear on asking for that? Maybe that is hard, Leo. You are a sign that is affiliated with pride, and it might be difficult for you to think about asking for help on things. We could see a little bit of like what this could look like. Absolutely. Has that been something that you are learning to reframe at this time? Is giving help going to be something that helps you come out of this place of pain that you've already been moving through? I love that there is, this is a Taurus energy, and there's like a mountain here and these flowers, and this feels very earthy, very grounded, an extension of that Taurus energy. So rooting into where it is that you have something to give, where it is that you have something you need, clearing away any ego about that, right? What are these instincts telling you? Are these instincts telling you I can't ask? Are these instincts telling you I don't have that to give? I am not worthy of giving that. Nobody wants to learn from me. I don't have enough of this to offer. What's happening there? I want you to get clear on what that story looks like for yourself at this time. And maybe get clear on where that story started. Okay. Challenges to be mindful of here. Ooh, okay. What grief do you carry around this, right? This brings us right back to the question I asked about what that origin story looks like. Maybe it brings up grief to ask for help. Maybe what you have to offer is of an emotional nature or connected to some of what this grief that you have either been resisting or moving through has brought up for you. The 5 does suggest that if we can face this and confront it, or at least allow it, we can move through this tunnel of grief back into the light. Kind of revisiting this sun imagery here. So a challenge is going to be, where do I feel like let's really break down that 5, right? Where do I feel like I've spilled something that I can't get back? Where do I feel like I've lost something? Okay. Certainly connects to needing to ask for help. Maybe you had something, maybe you were the tree and you're no longer the tree. Let's make that more temporal. Maybe you are not currently the tree. Maybe that brings up a lot of grief for you. Maybe that brings up a lot of sadness. Maybe there's sadness in this whole story of what I believe in. So perhaps if this is a story that's opening up over the course of this season, perhaps your faith is a little bit shaky at this time. Again, on either side of this, we can feel some negative emotions. Am I the one who's always giving? Maybe that makes me feel like I can't believe in anything because I'm praying for something that never comes to me and I'm the one who's always giving, and that brings up grief, right? So challenges to be mindful of are going to be of this emotional nature where you feel like you have less than what you need, where you feel like you are losing something important to you. And again, if we come back to that Rider-Waite image of the figure staring at the 3 spilled cups, there are still 2 cups behind them, right? And that's what I've aimed to depict here with this tunnel and the light at the end of it. Yes, in this moment, I am experiencing loss. Yes, something important has been sacrificed or compromised or I can't participate in, and that gives me grief. Absolutely. But what lies beyond that? Okay, what possibilities can we find when we lean into the emotion that's coming up for us and also allow ourselves to start to move through it, right? Once we start to acknowledge grief, it takes a different shape. It hits a different way. It might still be present, but there also become these sort of interwoven moments of joy or peace or relief or whatever other complicated, perhaps more like quotes around this, positive feelings, okay? How to navigate these challenges. Oh, all right, there's that fire. Okay. Stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for what you do have, right? This is a card about what I don't have, what I've lost, what's been taken from me, what I've had to surrender, etc. And this is certainly a card about I don't know if I have enough. I'm going to reach my hand out and hope that something I need falls from this tree. So this is defending what you do have. What do you have right now, Leo? Right? Get clear on that. Get clear on what you do have at this time and then defend it. Defend your honor. Defend how far you've come. Defend what you've created that is rightfully yours. Defend what you believe in. Okay. This is a nice kind of powerful energy to end on. Let's see what these dice have to say. And while I kind of roll these back and forth in my hands, let's connect these back to these bigger stories. The sun is emerging at long last, right? And in the intro, we talked a bit about how we've seen the sun show up for us reversed recently in 2 of our lunation stories where we haven't been ready. We've been maybe holding off, or we haven't really seen the progress that we want, or we're not really able to tap into owning what we're moving through at this time. So there's certainly a request here to own wherever it is you are in this moment. Even with, we've got both of the grief cards here. This is sort of like the mental shock of things. I can't believe this is happening. I'm in denial about having to be in this process. This doesn't make sense to me. I don't want to acknowledge this. And I feel so sad. I feel like something has been emptied from me. I feel, and I don't want to feel those feelings. I don't want to go into that place of sadness. So there is a request here to own where you are in this moment. That is something beautiful about Leo season and these cards, is that we don't need to be perfect to connect with who we are. And I think that that's a really scary thing. We live in a scary time. We live in a time where everything is very unpredictable. And it probably feels hard to really feel confident, or to feel like you're allowed to feel confident. It's kind of a big moment that we're in. So really taking ownership of where you currently are, whatever side of this you're on, or being on both sides of this. Seeing if you can believe in yourself, right? I believe in myself, and that helps me connect with the other things that I believe in. Okay. Mercury also is going to station retrograde in your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills and how I use them. And is going to move back into your first house of self and how you move through the world. Maybe there's something there about how your values have evolved or are currently evolving. Feeling like you can defend what you have, my stuff, my skills. Feeling like you can release where there is grief, right? Or own where there is grief and begin the process of release. And really seeing what that leaves you with that you are able to believe in. Okay, that 9th house, North Node and Chiron that we talked about. And Libra, where the South Node is. I'm going to put Neptune aside here for a moment and focus on these because my mind did jump to this place as we were talking about what you have and what you have lost. And that second house, right, of my stuff, absolutely due for a rewrite here in this upcoming retrograde. But that third house of like my mind, what have you believed in the past, right? What have you believed in the past? I'm looking at this Venusian card, right, being Taurus, and of course Libra being the other Venusian sign. And what have you thought in the past in that third house of the mind and how we communicate? What have those words and those like lexicons and those systems been like for you? What are you releasing from what it is that you think about yourself and who you are amongst your peers? And what, I don't know, even like what kind of mental state your day-to-day carries for you. What have you been releasing there, right? And what has this 9th house space of higher learning and faraway travel and other cultures and generally all around mind expanding things, what kind of experiences have you had there, and how are they changing what it is you believe in that third house, right? So kind of putting this over here with the Hierophant, because there is absolutely a theme in that ninth house of what philosophies carry me, what religion really aligns with how I view the world, and what experiences am I having this season that make that clearer to me and allow me further release from that third house of kind of where I think on a day-to-day basis. All right, let's bring Neptune into the chat. Neptune there in your 8th house, kind of confounding some of those shared resources, kind of making it unclear what is it that is ours. If you are partnered, whatever that looks like for you, maybe having some uncertainty about what that partnership looks like or the viability of that partnership, maybe getting a sense of who merges with me here, who shares this intimate space with me. And maybe this is connecting with some of this grief, right? We had, finishing up Cancer season, we had a lot of planets really engaging with Neptune before changing signs. Everything that moved through Cancer moved through the waves of Neptune before entering into Leo, for example. And we just had that full moon in Capricorn that was sextile to Neptune at 29 degrees. And so maybe there is some grief in, I don't know what I have access to right now. Who can help support me, right? If there's a retrograde coming in my 2nd house of how I support myself, maybe there's also some confusion about who can support me. And maybe this connects with what you're able to currently believe in, as well as what you feel that you can defend at this time. So maybe it's important to get clear on what that space is looking like for you at this time. What confusion do you carry about your shared resources, and how is that impacting your ability to really root into and believe in yourself and what you have, okay? Ooh, I like this story for you, Leo. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, show it some love. Please share, perhaps with another fellow Leo who is also kind of navigating these different capacities of grief right now. And subscribe so we can talk more about that Mercury retrograde. All right, I hope to see you then. Welcome, Virgo, to your Leo season forecast. Okay, let me make this nice and neat for you. So embarrassing. Everything just tisk. Okay. As we explore Leo's season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, mental health. The tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it. Did it make a sound? We see Mercury and Venus moving into your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. The Libra South Node is in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. There's a full moon in Aquarius in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We see Saturn and Neptune posted up in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. The North Node and Chiron are in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, my inheritance, my ancestors, my psychology. Uranus is in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning. Last but not least, we see Mars charging through your 10th house of career, reputation, legacy, and tradition. We have some prompts for today. Where I see myself shine this season, and how to support and foster growth here. Challenges here to be mindful of, and how to navigate these challenges. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are brewing beneath the surface of this season for you, and we'll roll our trusty dice to get a sense of anything else important that stands out this season. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's nice. That's beautiful. I see we've got a number of reversals here. So it's lovely to see the Ace of Cups just upright and beautiful and resplendent and ready for new feelings, okay? So we're opening up to some new emotional capacities and possibilities this season. We see a lot of bodies activating your dark houses, okay? And so perhaps you are either experiencing some brand new emotions, really just getting a sense of like what is possible for you emotionally at this time, as well as maybe being able to return to some previous relationships that were kind of on the back burner for some time, or, you know, elsewhere in orbit that are returning for you to evaluate and experience now. So let's see what else is here that supports this narrative. Where I see myself shine this season. Okay, Page of Pentacles is reversed. But again, we see a lot of kind of internal processes for you as the sun is lighting up your 12th house. We see the North Node in Chiron in your 8th house. So there's a lot of kind of inner realm processes happening for you. And the Page of Pentacles is kind of one of those inner realm processes, right? If you look at this, we have a leaf that is beginning to unfurl. It has not quite unfurled yet, okay? So it's still in that kind of nascent stage. And we've got some of the ether here that this leaf is just starting to emerge from. I kind of love this card. Like, I mean, I love all of them, but I love that this piece of the leaf is still in shadow, right? This tip of the leaf is entering into the light. And this really shows us that this whole concept of what we want to put energy into is still new, is still growing, is still emerging for us. So in reverse, we might think about this as I am getting a sense of, maybe I'm reframing what I want new opportunities to look like, or what new opportunities I would be willing and able to kind of put my energy toward, which I think is a very beautiful metaphor for the 12th house activity happening for you this season. The sun will cross your ascendant when Virgo season starts. Your chart ruler Mercury is, as I record this, making its way into your first house. It enters Virgo today. So that said, you know, that would be a time of, and now my chart ruler is crossing my ascendant and I'm really seeing where it is I want to go and what I want to be doing. However, Mercury will be stationing retrograde here imminently, okay, at 4 degrees. So that tells me that while these other planets are moving through your 12th house, right, the sun and the new moon will be taking place in your 12th house. Venus is soon to enter into Virgo and cross that first house threshold, but Venus will be ruled by that Mercury that is retrograde and making its way back into your 12th house in Leo. So a lot of 12th house stuff. Mercury is going to be retracing its steps. Mercury is going to be going back over what it is that you want to be putting yourself toward, first house, right? So this feels like a beautiful 12th house story right now. I'm wrapping up the year for myself, right? Leo season is when your calendar year is ending for you, like as a Virgo, if you are a Virgo rising. Even if they were looking at the sun or the moon here, we still have the sun passing over this place. And if your moon is there, then you are starting a new, like you're having kind of a new moon moment, right? And this sun is still one sign away from your sun sign if you are a Virgo. Yes, if you're a Virgo sun, then Leo is wrapping up that, you're ending your like birthday year, right? Okay, and if you are a Virgo moon, then the sun is making its final stop before it makes that new moon journey for you. All of that is to say that this feels very fitting for a time of kind of closure for you, wrapping things up, getting a sense of what you have put your energy toward and what you want to be thinking about putting your energy toward moving forward. So a beautiful place to see yourself shine in this reframing place. I'm really, as I reframe what opportunities I want to be open to, as I reframe what I want to put my energy toward, I see more of myself beginning to emerge. I see more signs of me and what I what I'm thriving in and what I would thrive in, right? As I assess these opportunities. Okay, how to support and foster growth here. Oh, okay, I love that. Look at kind of this funny inverse happening here. It's almost like a mirror. If like the yellow up here and the yellow down here, the blue down here and the blue down here, there's a nice little like kind of interesting exchange. That's so cute. I love that. Okay, so this makes a lot of sense. How to foster growth is to pull back from kind of like steps you've been taking, right? The Three of Wands is like, okay, I made a plan and now I'm going to hit the road. Well, time to hit the brakes a little bit and maybe reflect on, well, where do I want to be going, right? So if we put a pause on this kind of walkabout idea, if we put a pause on you moving towards something tangible, while you're reframing what it is you want to be materializing in your life, supporting that by thinking about, where do I want to go? Is that involving a move? Are you ready for a new job in a new city or in a different part of the city you live in? Is it time to kind of adventure into a new career or a new what else can we like put you into? What else can you be moving into? Is it a new life path that you are maybe considering and thinking about? So the way to help foster growth around the opportunities and the things you want to put energy into is to think about where you want to be doing that, where you want to be putting yourself into the world. So taking a quick little pause on thinking you have to be going somewhere. And again, this very much supports this 12th house time that you're in, and thinking about when all of these chips fall into place, when I have the opportunities that I want, where do I want them to be taking place? What kind of adventure do I want to see myself going on in this next arc of my life? And that will help me get clear on what opportunities I would like to say yes to, and also begin to seek those opportunities. That's fun. Challenges to be mindful of here. Oh, not what I expected, and very interesting with this ace. Okay, where do I want to be going is going to help support the opportunities and the growth that I want to see for myself. And some challenges are maybe the people I'm in relationship with don't want these same things. Okay. Is it time for you to grow in a direction that is different from where you have been growing or participating in one-on-one relationships? This is a very romantic card. I can think about Saturn and Neptune being in your 7th house right now. When the sun enters Virgo and crosses your ascendant, if you are a Virgo rising, or meets your sun and or moon, if you are either of those, you will not just be starting a new cycle of time for yourself, but you'll also see that sun opposing that Saturn and that Neptune and really bringing to light any issues that those planets are kind of like making known to you at this time. That opposition is very revealing, and Venus will make that opposition during this Leo season, right? Mercury was going to take a little more time because Mercury's again going to kind of back it up into Leo and retrace these steps later during Virgo season towards the end. So there might be a series, well, not might be, there will be, guaranteed, there will be a series of oppositions from those planets moving through Virgo to Saturn and Neptune in that 7th house that will reveal some challenges that are of a relational nature. Now, let's also bring in the fact that Mars moving through Gemini will also be illuminating these things, okay? So what I'm thinking in this immediate moment is that this is really pointing to Venus, because Venus will remain direct, okay? And will be entering your sign relatively soon and will charge right into that opposition to Saturn. So some challenges to be mindful of here regarding this new kind of life arc that you're opening up and the opportunities you want to see forming there is that there may be some disruption to your one-on-one relationships. Again, really like maybe romantic. This is a very romantic based card. It's not the Three of Cups, right? Which is much more about our friends and our communities. If that were here, I might say like, oh, like you want to go in a new direction and your friends will be upset with that or will like miss you. You know, this is intimacy on a deeper level. So whether that's a romantic relationship for you, whether that is like a business partnership or a very close friendship, right? Focusing on those seventh house themes of one-on-one, something's gonna be disrupted there. And we don't know yet what that looks like. We can see what's happening in this card to get a sense of how to navigate that. But it is certainly a lot of first house, seventh house action. And let's bring in Mars, okay? Mars hanging out in your 10th house is gonna also T-square. Okay, so Mars in your 10th house is like, I am really pushing for some new job opportunity. I'm really pushing to grow my career in some sense. I'm driven by some traditions that I want to uphold that are important to me at this time. Venus running through into that square with Mars is going to say, well, what I want here is kind of at odds with what I'm driven to pursue. Or the relationships I'm part of are at odds with where I'm trying to go as an individual, right? Because Venus is a joiner. Venus brings things and people together. Mars is a separator. Mars goes its own way. This is like a solo path, you know? Let's check out this little figure here. Just trekking alone. Okay, we don't really have cards in the tarot that talk about like going on a journey together, you know? And that's also much more kind of like cupsy, pentaclesy. Wands is kind of a solo vibe, all right? Wands is like my heart, my passion. Cups are where our emotions meet and where they can hang out, and that's cute. And this is where we, you know, share these feelings. But this is my passion. This is my journey. I'm the one going on this, okay? So there might be some dissonance between what you are opening up to now and where you want to see yourself go versus what the people you are in intimate partnership with would like to be doing. Okay, let's see how we navigate this. Oh, dramatic. Well, okay. If this was upright, we'd be like, well, let it die. Let it die. Okay, but this is reversed. All right. And this is supposed to be how we navigate something. So I'm not going to lean into the, you know, more straightforward idea that that you're not letting something die, right? But maybe this is reviewing, like, does this need to end? Let's kind of put everything on the table and see if the sun is really setting on this capacity, on this thing. If the sun is really, you know, here's the sun, right? Then, and in this upright, the sun rising is meant to be a signal of hope after the darkness of the night, right? So we've reached kind of our lowest point, perhaps, or our darkest night in this journey. And the sun is rising, which means that we get to start over, that the worst has passed, okay? So thinking about this, maybe it's time to really think about what it would look like for something to need to be over. Again, sometimes in reverse, this card can say you are like resisting letting this die. But I'm really thinking more that if this is really otherwise calling you into a place of reflection, and we are in a season of endings for you with these planets moving through the 12th house, for example, with this new moon happening in the 12th house at the degree that Venus stationed direct last year in Leo, then perhaps this is a further call for reflection in terms of what does an ending actually look like? Does that really need to happen right now? Do I feel like this is a critical juncture for me or us if we're focusing on this two here? And Is there a way around this, perhaps? Is there a way to, is there a way to avoid hitting this kind of like rock bottom place that is typical in the Ten of Swords? Is this really it for us? Let's see, what else can we make of this? Maybe we're reflecting on endings in the past and getting a sense of what's different here if something does need to end. Maybe something's already in the throes of ending, okay? Maybe we can think about this the way we do with the Three of Swords reversed, which we saw come up for your Leo predecessor. Maybe we can think about this as, I've gone through the darkness of the night and I finally see myself coming out of this, right? So if this were upright, again, it would be like, oh, this is coming. Like, I better just find a way to accept it. Reverse, this might be saying, okay, you know what? You have actually gone through the worst. Let me reflect on what that might look like to come out of this period of intensity, of tension, of maybe fighting, right? We are talking about swords. So there's certainly like a mental struggle in this part. Everything, like I love that we have the representation here of every suit. Okay, so this is practical and tangible, very Virgo. This is energetic and passionate. All of your dark houses, like you are driven by fire, right? All of your internal processes are fiery. We've got the relational, the emotional here, and this is the mental. So maybe focusing on your mental situation in this moment. Where do you stand mentally with what's been going on? And can you find the light at the end of this situation to see what it is maybe that you're leaving behind or whether this can be salvaged? Again, very interesting. And I love kind of this Ace of Cups right next to this Ten of Swords too, even just the, the closeness, the parallels of the darkness, except that one, of course, is representative of maybe our worst moment and one is representative of a really beautiful opening moment. So we see an ending here in the 10 and we see a beginning here in the Ace. Is it that we've been through the worst or we can find our way through the worst of this and renew this relationship? Or when I reflect on where I want to go and what I want, and it's just so different from what I need or from what someone else needs from me, that it's time to let this go and step out of the fighting and open up to some new possibilities here. Who's here in the dice? Cancer. Fascinating. Okay. So your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future. That feels very fitting for this kind of reframing of where you want to go. Maybe thinking about who your friends and communities are, okay? If this is an intimate relationship, and I said this is not the Three of Cups where your friends and communities would be, this is where your friends and communities would be. If there is strife happening here, can you call upon those friends? Can you be nurtured by those friends out there, right? Can you put yourself in a place where you want to go to be closer to them, maybe, or to be nourished by them, and there are opportunities there that can grow. We see 9. Okay, yeah, Uranus in your 9th house. Is it time to kind of break out of the mold and put yourself on an unexpected journey, right? Maybe getting a sense of that energy. The full moon in Aquarius in your 6th house is going to be square to Uranus. The sun's going to come through and square it too. You might have some electric new ideas about where you want to be putting yourself in the world, and that may lead to some unexpected departures, okay? And Mars, yep, that 10th house Mars is really gonna kind of change some big things for you. Mars is ruling the North Node in your 8th house, okay? There is a sextile happening between Mars and the North Node this season. It might be time to break away from something you've been sharing resource-wise with some 7th house people who have merged into your 8th house. Let me know in the comments, Virgo, how this lands for you. I'm so curious to know what is coming up and what resonates for you. If you enjoyed this, please show this video some love. Please share with a fellow Virgo or anyone else who might be moving toward a new path. And subscribe so we can talk more about that Mercury retrograde and get a sense of what you are reprogramming here and we can talk all about the sun crossing into that first house space. I will see you then. Welcome, Libra, to your Leo season forecast. Okay, let's do it. So as we get started, as we look at Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We see Mercury and Venus making their way into your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker. If a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, to make a sound. My mental health. The South Node is moving through your first house of self and how you move through the world. We see a full moon happening in your 5th house of joy, children, true love, and self-expression. Saturn and Neptune are hanging out retrograde in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We've got the North Node and Chiron in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they business partner, friend, lover, or enemy. Uranus and Taurus is hanging out in your 8th house of shared resources. My landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my lineage, my mental health. Last but not least, we see Mars hanging out in your 9th house of far away travel, higher learning, other cultures, philosophy, and religion. We've got some prompts for today. Where I see myself shine this season, and how to support and foster growth here. Challenges here to be mindful of, and how to navigate these challenges. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are brewing beneath the surface, and we'll roll our trusty dice to get a sense of anything else important or significant that we need to know now. Without further ado. Okay. Oh boy! Hoo-hoo-hoo. You get the tower at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so what's being disrupted for you this season, right? The tower is a bolt of lightning coming through to disrupt, to potentially destroy, to unearth something, perhaps. There is something that, maybe this has been brewing under the surface for some time, okay? Maybe you have felt the tower's presence. I'm already thinking about this full moon that we have, and I mentioned that the moon would be in your 5th house of self-expression and true love, and we have Uranus squaring that full moon from your 8th house of my spouse or my otherwise merged bonds. Okay, and then we have the sun in your 11th house of friends and community, as well as hopes and dreams for the future. Perhaps there's a story here. Uranus might be this lightning bolt for you this season, and there might be some disruption or some eruption around what true love looks like versus what your bonds look like at this time, how your communities are interacting with your shared resources. Let's see what else is happening here. But as I always say, when we see a major arcana showing up for a season, it typically means that it is opening up here, and we may not get the full resolution of that major arcana card, right? Takes longer than the immediate moment. So it might be that this is something that is opened up over the course of this season. Hilarious if it's the full moon, because that's how we end the season. And there are repercussions or consequences or effects that trickle outward from there beyond Leo season, moving into Virgo season. Let's see who else is here. Where I see myself shine this season. Oh, okay. Already thinking about this T-square I just mentioned, because this is perhaps a divestment from a team. Maybe you stand out from the team. Maybe you're part of a team. I know Libra, you're all about working with others, but that South Node is in your first house. So you might be like, you know what, this team ain't for me no more, for example. You might say, I'm actually doing more work than the team. I know more than the team. Maybe that's part of the 8th house Uranus making a square to that 5th house, 11th house action. You know what? I'm going to express myself, 5th house, and let you know that I'm doing the bulk of the work here, 8th house, and I'm ready to pull away from this group I've been part of, 11th house, is one example of this. Maybe it doesn't need to be that dramatic. Maybe it's that you recognize that you are bringing something really important and critical to this team. Maybe you're not fully divesting, but maybe there is a standing out, right? Maybe there is a, I am bringing the thing of most value here, for one example. Let's see what else is here, because that's very interesting as like a starting energy here. You could be like the best part of the team, okay? And maybe that's like awkward for you, Libra, because you're so used to catering to other people and telling people like, no, we're all important on the team. And maybe you're like, actually, I'm better. Okay. How to support and foster growth here. Interesting. Okay. This is giving a little bit of a contradictory vibe to what I said about the 5th house just now. And let me elaborate. So the Knight of Wands upright is like, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. All right, nobody can stop me. I'm passionate, I'm powerful, I'm coming through here. This is it. I am taking off. I'm gonna maybe like speak without fear of consequences. I'm gonna put things into motion. Wands is like my passion, so I'm gonna carry this passion, and I deliberately put 8 wands here in an homage to the theme of the 8 of Wands, which is very fast communication, kind of no holds barred, messages being put out to the world, things happening quickly, okay? So there is a like impulsiveness to this Knight of Wands, or compulsiveness. We could get into that. But in reverse, there's maybe a let's temper this though. Okay, that seems maybe like a balancing energy to what we said here in your case, Libra, because you are someone who tends to try to like play nice or be part of the team, right? I want everyone to feel like they're an important member of the team. But maybe you're recognizing, actually, my instincts are telling me that I know I'm doing most of the work, but I'm not gonna pop off about it, okay? I'm not gonna pop off about it. I'm not gonna like stand on the mountaintop and like scream it out here like I'm the best. I'm gonna maybe consider the impact of what it is that I need to express or what it is that I want to pursue now. So there's some sort of reflection that could be happening here. This could also be, if you've watched before, you know I love to imagine some sort of abandoning or otherwise stepping out of a role that we've been playing. So maybe you've been the one who's like, let's go do this. Let's put this into motion. I'm gonna gas this thing up and let it take off. And maybe as you recognize that you are maybe the best one on the team, or that you are the star in a group setting, Sun and Leo in the 11th, perhaps you're recognizing, okay, but I don't necessarily need to be the one who's pushing so much then. Maybe I get to pull back some of my energy, and maybe I don't have to be the one who's always gung-ho about something or like trying to kind of make something happen or put something into motion. Maybe I can like take a break. Maybe I can actually chill a bit because I'm doing so much over here. Okay, challenges to be mindful of here. Ooh, fascinating. Another major arcana, so something that is likely not being wrapped up in this season alone, but something that you're becoming aware of this season. Makes a lot of sense for maybe Venus moving through your 12th house. Venus is your chart ruler if you're here as a Libra rising. Venus rules your sun or moon if you're here listening to those placements. And even if this isn't your chart, like even if you're not a Libra rising, Venus being one sign behind the sun or the moon or both for you is also indicative of Venus wrapping up a cycle for you, right? Because Venus will enter Libra eventually and will greet that sun and or moon or that first house if you're a Libra. So this is giving 12th house vibes of what am I holding myself responsible for? What do I feel like I still need to feel guilty for? Guilt is not a helpful experience. Like, it really just holds us in a place of being immobile, right? It doesn't actually help us move forward. It doesn't help us resolve anything that has happened in the past, okay? Whew. It's not. So are you gonna be in a place of holding yourself responsible for something even though you are doing this shining, right? And let me think about these instincts here. What instincts have you had conditioned for you in your life that tell you that you need to hold yourself in a place of judgment, right? Judgment is the last card before the World, which ends the major arcana. Only through judgment do we allow ourselves to consciously enter into a state of recognizing what we've accomplished and letting it go in order to move forward onto the next thing or into the next chapter, okay? And again, Venus moving through Virgo for the next few weeks will move into your sign no matter what you have here and will want to start a new cycle. So it's important to get a sense of where you're holding yourself to something that you don't need to be responsible for anymore. Is there guilt about like things I should have done better or differently, things I should have known then, things I should have said, things I feel badly about? I don't know why I put that in quotes, but like, I think because, again, the conditioning that I mentioned, like, who told you to feel bad about these things? Or what situations or circumstances have you been connected to that have informed and enforced you feeling bad about this, okay? Again, like, this feels really fun for you to recognize that maybe you're ready to leave a group and do something on your own and do really well at it, or otherwise to accept that you are a star player in the Three of Pentacles in that sort of group setting, while you consider what responsibility you can step out of, or perhaps what you want to be more cautious in seeking, pursuing, expressing, be more methodical in chasing, pursuing, expressing. What feels bad here? So be aware of where you are reaching a natural culmination point of some kind, and you're the one holding yourself back. You're the one trying to hold yourself accountable or something. It feels like other people are like, yeah, boo, you're crushing it. You're doing such a great job. You're going to get promoted, or like you're going to advance in some way. And you're the one who's like, I don't know. I don't really know. I feel like I'm not ready, or I feel like I can't, I'm not allowed. I feel like I have to punish myself for something, or that I cannot reconcile who I've been or what I've had to do before this moment. Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking about this Tower. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a big inner process here. This is a lot of outer like confirmation. Okay. Kind of some of that like dark into the daylight, kind of like contradictory, but naturally flowing together process. How to navigate these challenges. Ooh, that's that new cycle that we just talked about. Okay. So, yeah. So I just said that there's a chapter that's ready to end, and you might be the one who's holding yourself back, or thinking that you're not ready, or thinking that you don't deserve it, okay? And so how to navigate this challenge of kind of reaching this natural culmination point, but holding yourself in contempt or holding yourself responsible for something, is to think about, what do I want growth to look like moving forward? I'm going to bring it back to this Three of Pentacles, right? If I'm the star, if I'm the one doing this, the most work, if I'm the one doing the bulk of the work, if I'm the one who's really proving myself, and something can grow from that, what do I want to be growing here? Okay, I think that's really beautiful. I think we can think about Mars in your 9th house, kind of having a wands vibe of where do I want to go? And you don't have the Three of Wands here because that's already shown up for someone else. But I do think that Mars in Gemini in that 9th house space is hungry to explore some new territory, is hungry to think about what's next. And I bring up Mars because this made me think about your 2nd house of values, and like my values, my stuff, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. And if this is highlighting that you're the star of something, or that you're really crushing it in a team setting and that you have a lot to offer, then you get to think about what you want to be offered in return for that. So this is not upright in the sense of, okay, navigate these challenges by plucking some of the new opportunities that are surfacing for you. And again, I'm thinking about Venus either moving through your 12th house or being in like the 12th house position to your sun or moon. This is you getting clear on, what opportunities have I turned down before that I recognize might be available to me now because I'm shining in this way, I'm burning off these clouds? What opportunities have my instincts in the past not been open to that I would like them to be open to now? This is also helping like contribute to this 12th house story of what I want moving forward, because we are in a time of endings. We are in a time of a cycle closing for you, no matter what your Libra placement is. And so this is an invitation to reflect on, again, not only what new opportunities you want to be open to, but what opportunities in the past in particular are resurfacing for you that you've maybe turned down or not felt qualified for in the past, that you recognize now you could actually be fantastic at, or that you could really weave into your world at this time. Okay. All right. Let's look at Saturn in your 6th house. Yes. Okay. As Venus moves through Virgo, Venus will make an opposition to Saturn. And from your 12th to your 6th house, there might be a question of, is my mental health doing okay with like the work that I'm putting in? Okay. Saturn in the 6th is like, oh, I have to build something day in, day out. Like I'm putting in this repetitive work, like my routine is really kind of putting me through the ringer, or maybe my physical health is impacted by the responsibilities that I'm carrying now. Venus opposing that might say, I don't feel good. Like I need more than this. Okay. So paying attention to, again, like what opportunities you might be open to at this time that maybe you've passed on before, or that you didn't feel qualified for, but that you now are. And recognizing maybe I don't have to be putting in this kind of labor or effort into this. Okay, Saturn's also ruling that 5th house and that 4th house. That points me back to judgment. What in your 4th house, in whole sign of course, makes you feel like you are obligated to do what you're doing? 11th house, where the sun is. Haha, yes. Also, wanting to be free is a sun in the 11th house signature. YOLO is a sun moving through the 11th house. I don't want to be restricted by this anymore. I want to be released. I see that as part of the full moon signature for you as well. And Sagittarius, okay. Thinking about your 3rd house. What does my mind need? How do I communicate? That brings me back here, right? The 3rd house sextiles the 5th house, and we have a story about what I think and communicate and how I express that thing, okay? So There's absolutely something, you know, Jupiter is up in your ninth house as well, in a very natural placement for it, wanting to feel something expansive. How do I bring that into my day-to-day world? Okay, how do I bring that into my immediate environment in a bigger, more prominent way? All right. Thank you so much, Libra. If you enjoyed this video, please show it some love. Please send to a fellow Libra who is breaking out of an old mold, and subscribe so we can talk about Venus moving through Libra and what this new cycle looks like for you. I'll see you then. Welcome, Scorpio, to your Leo season forecast. As we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus and Mercury hanging out in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. We'll see Mercury and Venus dip into your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future and friends and community. We've got the South Node moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. We've got a full moon in your 4th house of home, family, origin story, emotional body, and land. Saturn and Neptune are retrograde in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. We've got the North Node and Chiron in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Uranus is chillin', shaking shit up in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. Last but not least, we see your chart ruler Mars moving through your 8th house of shared resources. My spouse, my boss, my landlord, my ancestors, my psychology. We've got some prompts for this season. We'll be looking at where I see myself shine this season, as well as how to support and foster growth here. We'll ask about challenges here to be mindful of and how to navigate these challenges. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are beneath the surface of this Leo season, and we'll roll the dice to see anything else that stands out or that we need to know at this time. Without further ado, okay. Okay, lovely. That's nice. Knight of Cups has us expressing our feelings in potentially a big way. This is taking action, right? The Page is, what is this feeling? And the Knight is, I gotta tell someone. I gotta go act on this. I gotta go show you. I have to demonstrate to you how it is I feel. This is making me think about Saturn and Neptune hanging out in your 5th house of self-expression. They are both retrograde, and they will be kind of out of sight, out of mind for the sun at this time, moving through Leo, who cannot see it. But Venus will be moving into Virgo and will be moving through Virgo. I say that because Mercury will be moving into Virgo, but will not be moving through Virgo. It will be moving back into Leo. So Venus will be moving into this opposition to these planets from your 11th house of friends and community and hopes and dreams for the future to that 5th house of self-expression, true love, play, and joy. This is a very like true love vibe in a way, in the sense of your heart is something that I want to connect with. And my heart wants to show you how important you are to me. For example, now, traditionally, Venus-Saturn oppositions are not the most pleasant. Venus wants to connect. Saturn wants to withhold or constrict. And there can be a feeling of attempted connection that is not manifested. Okay. Maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's something happening with that Venus square to Mars. Mars is in your 8th house of my spouse or whomever I am bound or bonded with to in some way. Perhaps you are thinking about how you express yourself. Perhaps you're thinking about who you share your heart with. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. All right, where I see myself shine this season. Oh, more cups. Okay. Oh, that's lovely. That certainly brings me back to that 11th house space, thinking about your friends and your community and how you connect with them. So the 6 of Cups can see you reflecting on the past and thinking about what was enjoyable about the past, or even getting ideas about what you want to bring from the past into the present. Okay, and that can be something that influences our community care. How do I take something and share it with those that I love? What did care look like for me as a younger person? And how do I engage in those faculties now? How do I share with others? There's something sweetly nostalgic here. And I love this as a prompt of how you see yourself shine. So perhaps there's something that you are bringing back from the past, reclaiming in some sense. That could be Mars moving through your 8th house, kind of like digging into the vault a bit and remembering what it felt like to have something shared with you, right? Making me think about that 8th house, 11th house square again. How do I take something that is from my sort of shared resources, and how do I bring that into the spaces where my friends and my community exist? Okay, how to support and foster growth here. Interesting, it's the Fool reversed. So this feels appropriate for you, Mars, in the sense that the Fool leaps before it looks. The Fool takes risks and doesn't worry about what the consequences will look like. That's not necessarily your vibe. I mean, you can tell me where your Mars is, and if it's an Aries, for example, perhaps that is a little bit of a vibe if you have a Scorpio rising or otherwise Scorpio placements, because that Mars would be very tempted to leap before it looks in Aries. And then that Scorpio placement would later say, oh, why did I do that? Or what did I get myself into? Or look at what I exposed in this process. Okay, so this Fool reversed might be as we are kind of reflecting on the past and thinking about the beautiful parts, or the parts that we want to keep and bring into the present moment or even the future, or into our communities and friend spaces, we might also reflect on some periods of time where we did those things, like where we left before we looked, or we exposed ourselves in some way that we did not actually intend to. This is not like saying don't take chances at all. And let's remember that with major arcana cards, we are looking at things being opened up this season that might not necessarily be resolved or reconciled over the course of the season, and might take longer as we shift into, for example, Virgo season. So it may be a broader reflection on, okay, when have I leapt into things and needed more preparation, needed more care, perhaps? When did I not really care and leap into this? And as I reflect on care in my life, where do I want to kind of reframe this for myself? This may also be reflecting on, when did I not take chances? When did I hold myself back in the past? And did I not feel connected to care in those times? Seeing a through line here with these storylines here. The shining, coming from this place of the past, coming from remembering what feels good and what we appreciate and enjoy. And this kind of question of, where have I leapt too quickly, or where did I not take chances that I needed to? And connecting that with our instincts. Again, that Scorpio vibe of, am I protected? Am I safe? Am I in control of the narrative? Am I exposing too much? Am I being too vulnerable? Where has doing that too much led you to a place of becoming more guarded? Where has not allowing yourself to be vulnerable led you to a place of not feeling connected with people? Okay, so we've got a couple questions here. Certainly tells me more about this Knight of Cups, where we see you wanting to demonstrate some sort of emotion, right? Seeing you want to take action on how you feel. Perhaps you're getting clear on where you've prevented yourself from doing that in the past, or where you've held yourself back from doing that, or where you've expressed yourself maybe too quickly in the past, and you are now considering what it looks like to do this differently. Again, reframing these instincts and getting a sense of how it feels to tap into that sense of knowing yourself through and through and feeling yourself radiate, even if you're selective about who gets to see that radiating. Okay. Challenges to be mindful of here. Oh my goodness, there's so many cups here for you, you little emotional creature. Challenges are hesitation, are waiting, are deciding. Okay, that tells me a little bit more about the Fool. That tells me that maybe we've held ourselves back in the past, where we maybe would have benefited from being more vulnerable or being more forthcoming about something. Perhaps that's what Saturn is teaching you about in your 5th house. Are you as expressive as you have wanted to be? And how can you build up a sense of trust with your ability to self-express, right? Very Saturn 5th vibes. I'm taking this very seriously, and I want to know more about what I self-express and why I do so and how it feels and what purpose it serves. Challenges. I am waiting for a sign to tell me that it's okay to do this, and I might be waiting here for a long time, if that's the case, is one interpretation of this. The 4 of Cups certainly means that we are weighing out our options. We might be uncertain about what choice is right, and we see that later in the 7 of Cups, where we are surrounded by choices and we don't know what is up and what's down. And that's where a lot of emotional imprinting can confound our sense of intuition. So here we're in the earlier stages of that, but again, seeing this connection to strength here. What am I waiting for? What is worth it to me? Asks the 4 of Cups. If I take this, that means that I'm investing in it. And we know that the 4 leads to the 5. And we know the 5 is full of grief because something that we invested in has spilled and it is lost, which leads us back to the 6, where we remember, oh, but you know what? Even though I've experienced loss and grief, something good was still able to grow from that situation. If we think about the Rider-Waite image and the 3 cups that are spilled in front of the figure, but the 2 cups remain, there is still something salvageable. There is still something worth holding on to, even as we navigate loss. This feels like a bigger lesson in the sense of, what am I here for? What makes it worth it for me to connect with people? Knight of Cups, okay. Seeing more about you. And what are my instincts about connecting with people? Why do I feel hesitant to do this? Why do I feel hesitant to invest in this? What have I experienced that has colored this to be still kind of like a dangerous space for me to be in and to be waiting for more information instead of like listening to my instincts about it? Okay. Very interesting narrative we see shaping up here. How to navigate these challenges. Okay. You know, Mars is going to meet up with Jupiter in your 8th house. And we see Jupiter's card here in reverse. Interesting that the major arcanas are reversed here this time for you. On the ground lessons, very straightforward. Bigger picture lessons, needing a little more attention, needing a little more reflection, needing a little more work. Work is here in the Wheel of Fortune reversed. There is something that you want. Okay, there is something that you want to bring to fruition. Maybe it's something you're thinking about here in the 4. And in order to get it, upright, the wheel would say, all right, the wheel's spinning and you've done all the things to make something kind of fall into place now. This is sort of I sense that the wheel is about to spin and this is the moment where I can kind of put in that last extra bit of effort in order to, I'm not gonna say make things fall into place the way I want, because we are not creator, we are not the universe, we are collaborating with the universe is something that I like to say. I resist the word like manifest because that has a lot of cultural and social, what word do I want to put here? There's a lot of context in that word that does not apply to everyone. Okay, so I'm going to put in this effort to have the best chance for what I desire to come to fruition now. I'm going to put in this effort to influence this situation as best I can, knowing that I can't control everything, but recognizing that I can put in a little extra something here to influence the outcome of this. That feels very scorpionic. Okay, I think that's an appropriate scorpionic phrasing for that. Okay, this is so curious. I want to see what these dice have to say. But absolutely, if we are reflecting on things from our past that make us happy, that bring us joy, that allow us to feel connected, and that we can bring into our present time. And we're also reflecting on periods in the past where we've either leapt too fast and fell hard, or failed to leap and regretted not taking a chance, then absolutely we're here on the Wheel of Fortune where we say, oh, the way to work through whatever this uncertainty is that's coming up for me is to really put in the effort to correct this action here. Either way this is playing out for you, again, if I'm leaping, if I have a history of leaping too fast and it doesn't work out in my favor, and that's made me hesitant now, if I have a history of not taking chances and that's led me to disappointment and that has led me to this place of hesitating now, it's time for me to correct this by putting in a little extra effort. Whether that is getting clearer on what I do want so that I know how to say yes to it, or not being so held up in what I think I want instinctually and putting in the effort to leap more now so that I don't get caught up in this space. Okay, I hope that made sense, because trying to weave together two opposing narratives at once sometimes gets me tongue-tied. Okay, let's roll these suckers here. We see the South Node, all right, and we see Libra. Okay, so there might be a really big Venus story here. Brings me back to what we said in the beginning about the Venus opposition moving through your 11th house of friends and community care, making that opposition to Saturn in the 5th house, maybe pointing out where you've held back from expressing yourself, or where you want to be more focused on how expressing yourself operates in your world and functions for you. So Venus ruling Libra, ruling that 12th house space, ruling that South Node right now, making that opposition from your 11th house to that 5th house Saturn, making that square to Mars in your 8th house. Okay, yeah, so there's a big process happening in your subconscious, unconscious spaces, right? We've got a full moon in your 4th house of emotional body. We've got Mars and Jupiter hanging out in your 8th house of the subconscious, of what I've inherited from others, of my psychology. We've got the South Node in Libra in your 12th house of the unconscious, and in my house of self-undoing. Have you, again, taken risky chances that didn't work out, or not taken enough chances that could have paid off, that have created a sense of self-undoing, where you've recognized that you are the one who didn't act or did act and created some circumstances that were unfavorable? Venus coming through and making this connection here with these bodies is going to be a bit uncomfortable, right? Venus square Mars is kind of like, what I want is here and how I'm able to go after it is over here. They are at odds. Or I'm trying to bring these things together and some force, whether within me or outside me, is trying to separate these things. And we already talked about Saturn being a separator also, of a different way, a constrictor, right? So Mars separates, Saturn constricts, maybe some similar feelings, but distinct in their own right. Okay, so with all this action happening in these dark houses, there's something being activated for you about what these instincts look like, right? Instincts are a very 8th house vibe. We inherit those from other people. Those are conditioned into us because of who our ancestors are. We can carry pain and trauma from the ancestors we've never met, right? So there are lifetimes, there are generations of emotions and experiences within each of us. And right now might be activating for you, getting clear on what those emotions are, what the ones are that you want to keep, what the ones are that make you pause or prevent you from, again, investing in something important. And while I'm saying that Venus will square Mars and also Jupiter, by the way, which will amplify all of that, and oppose Saturn, the South Node is being trined by Mars in your 8th house. And the moon, as it moves through Aquarius and becomes full in your 4th house, will also trine this 12th house energy and Mars. So even though there are some maybe relational challenges that we are learning from and experiencing how we want to instinctually show up for them in a way that feels good for us naturally, there's something being activated within you that's really helping you answer these questions, that's really helping you fill in these narratives and decide what you want moving forward. Scorpio, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a little love. Share with another Scorpio, maybe secretly, don't tell anyone. Or do, where's that Mars? Maybe share with someone who is also navigating some of these instinctual changes, and subscribe so we can talk more about Mercury dipping into that 11th house and dipping out and then finally coming through the end there and really maybe filling in some of these answers about what you want in that 11th house space, what care looks like, what community and friendship looks like to you, and how you want to foster that. Okay, I'll see you then. Welcome, Sagittarius, to your Leo season forecast. As we explore Leo season, we see the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 9th house of faraway travel, higher learning, religion, philosophy, other cultures. We see Mercury and Venus making their way into your 10th house of career, reputation, legacy, and tradition. The South Node in Libra is traveling slowly through your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We see a full moon in your 3rd house of communication and the mind, siblings, peers, immediate environment, and neighborhood. Saturn and Neptune are posted up in your 4th house of home, family, origin story, emotional body, and land. The North Node and Chiron are hanging out in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. Uranus in your 6th house currently of time, routine, health, and the body. Last but not least, Mars is newly hanging out in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. Okay, we have prompts for today. Where I see myself shine this season, and how to support and foster growth here. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of, and how to navigate these challenges. Okay, we'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are brewing beneath the surface of this season, and we'll roll our trusty dice to see anything else that stands out for us at this time. Okay, we've got a little bit of a scarcity mindset impacting us here. Maybe there's some Saturn and Neptune themes happening there in that 6th house. I said 6th house, I meant 4th house. That could certainly feel like what I have access to in terms of home or family or even my emotional body is feeling really constricted or feeling really confusing. And we might have some stories with Uranus in your 6th house then about what my day-to-day looks like, what the kind of work that I'm putting in on a regular basis is yielding for me. And we do know that that full moon that we'll have in Aquarius in your third house of the mind and communication is going to be opposite that sun in the ninth house of faraway travel and philosophy and higher learning. And that Uranus will be throwing a nice little T-square in there about kind of what ruptures are emerging from my day-to-day world, from my physical routine, etc. Okay, that can be rather disruptive. That could be bringing up a lot of questions about, what do I have access to? I don't have enough of what I need. How am I going to get what I need? What is that going to feel like and look like? Okay. We have Mercury ruling your seventh house, preparing to station retrograde. There might be questions about, who am I going to connect with in that one-on-one place in my chart? Who's going to be able to be helpful for me? Okay, and so the theme here in that 5 is one of perceived lack and being able to move through, again, what I started off saying about scarcity mindset, and finding out where we can turn to seek out the resources that we need. Let's see what else we have here to further anchor this narrative. Okay, where I see myself shine this season. Okay, you are one that we've been we've been talking about this 10 of Pentacles reversed since our first Capricorn full moon. That was what showed up, I believe, at the bottom of the deck. And we talked about divesting from some institutions that we had been part of. Maybe that's home. And maybe that's some of what Venus, moving through your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, tradition, opposing Saturn in your 4th house of home and family and emotional body. Maybe that's some of the story that is brought up in that opposition. So perhaps this is the season where you see yourself divesting from something that no longer serves you. Maybe that's literally, I'm moving out of my house because it's no longer a place that supports me or that serves me. Maybe it's divesting from some community of care or something where we've forged some sort of space where we collaborate our resources. Definitely understanding more about this 5 then. If I'm divesting from these resources that I've created or compiled with others, whether my community and friends, I'm thinking about that 11th house south node right now, that Venus is ruling while opposing Saturn. I hope you stayed with me there. So definitely makes some sense here already about this story. But this is where you shine. So this is something that's really serving you. This divestment, whatever that looks like or wherever that's happening in your life, is you ending a big chapter. The 10 is the end. The 10 is, we made it, everything is great, happily ever after. So you're closing some big chapter that in some sense is allowing you to see more of yourself. Perhaps this situation, I'm going to go ahead and assume that this situation is no longer tenable, is no longer serving you. And this is certainly connected to these instincts as well. Definitely seeing some triangulation here where I know this is good for me. I know that I'm able to shine here, but also it's triggering some old fears about getting what I need. Even though it's allowing me to see myself more clearly, I'm feeling a little bit triggered or troubled about what this means for me next. How to support or foster growth here. Ooh. Okay, that's an interesting placement for something that is supposed to be supportive. Not the fact that it's death, but the fact that it's reversed. If this were upright, I would say, well, you foster the process by just allowing it to unfold. And maybe that is part of the theme here. Maybe it being reversed doesn't suggest that that's not what's happening. Perhaps there is allowing this process to happen internally, right? Death can already be an internal process where the Tower tends to be an external process, to kind of compare and contrast here. I don't see this as resisting a death process because that's never helpful to us. And I don't think that that would be something that would support and foster growth here. Maybe it's time to come out of the death process. Maybe supporting the shining of this divestment here And what it allows you access to within yourself is letting yourself kind of leave this behind now. Maybe you've been leaning into this process. We just came out of the season of your 8th house, right? So the sun has been moving through your 8th house in Cancer, and now in Leo, it's in its house of joy. It's free. So perhaps you went through a big death process during that season. Perhaps you've been moving through a death process over the course of the summer. Maybe it's time to kind of recognize that you're coming out of that now, and to get a sense of what's been stripped away from you or from within you to allow this process to unfold, this divestment here. Maybe we'll circle back to this with some other thoughts, but that's what I'm getting from this so far. Okay, challenges to be mindful of here. Okay. Yeah, so the 9 of Pentacles upright is going it alone. There is a solo YOLO vibe to the 9 of Pentacles. It's like, yeah, I'm living my best life and I'm doing it on my own. I don't need anybody else here. Very interesting to see the 10 and the 9 here. So this is where you shine, but this is the challenge. Am I ready to go it alone? Do I feel confident that I can do this on my own? Maybe there's an expectation that you think you have to do this on your own, okay? And that might be what's triggering some of this scarcity mindset here. Yes, it's important for me to separate myself from this larger entity that I've been a part of, that I've been depending on, that's also been depending on me. But the challenge is that I'm afraid to go it alone. I'm afraid I can't go it alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to make enough to sustain the kind of life that I want to live, or the kind of life that I feel might be appropriate for me next. Maybe I've never gone it alone. Okay, maybe I've never done this before. Maybe I've never been someone who navigates this road on my own, and I'm not feeling confident that I have what it takes to do that. Perhaps the challenge is, let's go back to that word I used, expectation. Perhaps the challenge is that there's an expectation for you to suddenly be able to do everything on your own if you are separating from this. We're getting into some like all or nothing, kind of like black and white thinking, in the sense of like, if I'm separating from this, that means I'm separating from everything, and now I will have nothing, and I'm scared. Okay, let's try to reframe that as I'm separating from this current entity, but that does not mean that I will not be embraced by other groups or other spaces or other collaborative processes that will allow me to thrive interdependently, right? Maybe this was a little bit codependent, or maybe this was a troubled union happening here. And there might be like a desire to, or an expectation to shift from codependency to independence. And like, that's not really how a group of people thrives. I think if you're here hanging out, you've heard me talking about how we need community, and hyper independence is a stressful symptom of our capitalistic society. Okay, so there might be this expectation on you, within you, of yourself, to suddenly jump into independence or like hyper independence, and to be able to sustain this on your own. And the challenge might be turning inward and reflecting on that and saying, who taught me that? What instincts are connected to this right now, this expectation, and how can I gently shift out of that? Well, let's find out how to navigate these challenges. Okay, another 9. All right. I like that. That's very interesting. If this were upright, I would say, well, you got to remember that you're on the long road of life, and that you have to kind of prepare for what passion or sense of purpose in your life is calling you forward, and like, what do you need to be able to fully commit to that? Okay, reversed, maybe I'm telling you that you can pull the car over, right? If you've seen this card before, there's a tiny little car on this winding road of life, and it's like, I don't know if I'm halfway there. Does this road continue? How much more do I need to endure? So there's a couple of different like time frames for this card. This can be talking about an immediate moment. So maybe this month is like, You're thinking about, how am I going to push through all of this and just kind of like keep this going until I'm finally done? On a broader scale, there's kind of like a, what road of life am I on, and how do I sustain my ongoing passion in a way that fulfills me even when this journey gets long and tiring? Okay, so let's start with the first and think about, like, you've been enduring a lot, perhaps, in this, whatever this kind of residential, codependent, or unhealthy collaboration has looked like. And maybe at this point you are like, oh, there's so much that I have to keep doing. And right now, this might be an invitation to say, actually do less. Actually put down some of those wands. Reflect on where you're even trying to go right now, and maybe decide if that's the destination that still calls to you. And I think that can apply to both the more immediately temporal version of this, as well as the long-term life purpose kind of thing. What is your path right now? Do you want to still be on this path? Is this path influencing you to think that you have to go it alone? Do you feel like you need to be in this car by yourself on this road trip? Maybe that feels cool for you sometimes, Sag, but maybe that feels overwhelming sometimes. Your chart ruler is currently in your 7th house. Or if you are a Sag sun or moon, then Jupiter ruling those planets is in the sign opposite to it, and therefore reflecting back to you where you feel the need to do things on your own and kind of take on the role of being solo journeyer, and where you might want to consider bringing others with you, or where you can find a way to integrate. Is there like a part of ego within you that's saying, no, I have to do all this on my own and no one ever has my back, and I'm always, I feel it's very Saturn in the 4th of emotional body and family, kind of maybe bringing up themes of no one's ever protected me, or this is where I've always been let down and I've always had to figure something out by myself. Okay, that's a really hard, long story, all right? That's painful. And if you are revisiting narratives of that nature, then I absolutely see why we see this 5 of Pentacles here. There's that feeling of, I'm going to be back in this place of having to do it alone, or I'm just always going to be on this road by myself. Maybe there's room to bring people into that space. Maybe there's room to consider who amongst your trusted allies is going to be there for you, right? Coming back to that South Node in the 11th journey of, I'm releasing old friendships that have not actually supported me. I'm moving away from communities that don't actually hold space for me. Maybe this 10 of Pentacles is happening on multiple levels, right? Maybe there's a moving out of home and a shifting away from community, okay? So there's certainly room here for these themes of, I am letting go of relationships that don't have my hopes and dreams for the future in mind, or that don't support the growth that I'm seeking. I'm letting go of fair weather friends, perhaps. And that absolutely triggers this feeling of, I'm not going to have what I need, I'm going to be alone on this road trip, and I'm not going to be able to self-sustain. Okay. I'm going to come back to this, as I predicted, and say how to support and foster growth here might be reflecting on where you are resisting this. I said before, and I'm going to eat my words right now, that I didn't think that you were resisting this, because that seems, or like that the call here was to resist it. Okay, maybe I'm not going to eat my words. This might be a call to reflect on or get clear on where you are resistant to surrendering to this process. This all very much tells a big death story, absolutely. If I'm divesting from home and or friendships, if I'm feeling constricted in where my emotions feel safe, and I'm divesting from something that does feel good, but it's triggering all of these wounds of not having enough, I am absolutely going to resist going through the process of surrendering to all of those icky, yucky, negative emotions that are being triggered within me. So the call then might be to check on that and to say, what's going on that I'm resisting this? Is this fact or fear? Okay, and that's going to be a really good question here for these cards. Is this fact or fear? Is the fact that I'm separating from friendship groups and communities or moving out of my home proof that I'm not going to have what I need, or is that just fear? Can I surrender to that fear and move through this process anyway, not knowing exactly what is going to happen or change, but trusting myself that this is the right call for me? Okay. And again, coming back to that Five of Pentacles, which says you don't lack if you are willing to look around and actually take inventory of those around you who might be helpful. 11, yes. Okay, and Saturn. Okay, absolutely. Well, it's Pisces, but I'm coming back to that Saturn and Pisces story. Neptune in the fourth could also be very confounding. What is home going to look like for me? Who is my family right now? Okay, those are really stressful questions. If I'm leaving and it's good for me, who do I go home to after this? Is that gonna be better than what I've had already? That might be some of the resistance in the death card too. Is what I'm moving toward that is unknown and unseen gonna be better than what I've been suffering through? Ooh, okay, weaving in some new narratives here with a 9. All right, so that 11th house, yeah. You are letting go of old ideas of what your future might look like. That is scary. That triggers a lot of, again, scarcity response. You are letting go of friend groups. You're letting go of those friends who never really supported you in the first place, or who have not been able to show up for you in this new form of who you are trying to become, okay? So that's absolutely going to trigger some feelings of fear and uncertainty, and that's important to kind of surrender to and get clear on. What am I feeling come up for me? This is so scary. Let me sit with that and try to accept some of these feelings and know that that doesn't mean that I can't trust myself, okay? Uranus, I knew that was going to play a part. Uranus in your 6th house of routine. Maybe there's some change. I mean, of course, if you're changing who you connect with or who you share resources with, if you're changing your friend group or your community group and your hopes and dreams for the future, if you're shifting out of emotional or home spaces that aren't supportive, that's absolutely going to be disruptive to your routine. And Uranus there in the 6th house is sort of shaking up your mental spaces in the 3rd and the 9th house of how you perceive yourself, how you communicate that, and how you see yourself moving through the world as a person, and what you think that, what kind of meaning you can find from that. So I would really pay attention to this full moon and get clear on what these fears are surrounding these narratives so that you can figure out how to ground in that process and where to ask for help. Okay, Sagittarius, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, please show this video some love. Please share with someone who may be navigating some big themes of change and who needs a little reassurance. And subscribe so that we can talk more about Jupiter moving through your 7th house and what that 10th house transit will look like as the rest of the planets come through and oppose Saturn in your 4th. I'll see you there. Welcome, Capricorn, to your Leo season forecast. As we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, the Venus and Mercury in your 8th house of shared resources. My boss, my landlord, my spouse, or whomever I am partnered with, where we share things, my ancestors, my psychology. We see Mercury and Venus moving into your 9th house of faraway travel, higher learning, religion, philosophy, other cultures. The South Node is in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. And we see a full moon in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my money, my skills, and how I use them to make more money. Saturn and Neptune are posted up retrograde in your 3rd house of the mind and communication, siblings, peers, immediate environment, and neighborhood. We've got the North Node and Chiron in your 4th house of home, origin story, family, and emotional body. Uranus is in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, children, and Mars moving through its house of joy, your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Okay, we have prompts for today, where I see myself shine this season, as well as how to support and foster growth here. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of, and how to navigate these challenges. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are kind of brewing beneath the surface this season, as well as we will roll our dice to find out anything else that stands out or that we need to know at this time. Okay. You know, everyone's been getting all reversals, I feel like. There's been a lot of that. Okay, except for the Chariot. All right, we are getting our ducks in a row. We are tuning into our motivation, what drives us, what moves us, as well as what our conscious and maybe subconscious processes communicate about, or what that communication looks like, how effective that communication might be. It's upright, so it feels like maybe there is something clicking into place this season about getting these things aligned. I'm gonna think immediately about Mars being in your 6th. Again, that's its house of joy. And there is a sense of, okay, I'm connecting to my energy right now. I'm able to channel myself into where I'm going. We might want to be mindful of being a little too sharp with our words, Mars and Gemini, while we're in this process. We might feel an extra oomph of like, I have assertiveness, and that might be really cool and appreciated, but also being mindful of where we might kind of snip a little sooner than we mean to, or a little more brusquely than we intended or is helpful. But this is something that we see opening up this season that might unfold over the next season or two, seeing as it is a major arcana card. So let's see what else we have here. All right, where I see myself shine this month is doing less. Okay, I love that. Love that for us. And we saw this at the Capricorn full moon, that second one, where we saw that something we were able to celebrate was the 8 of Pentacles reversed. And I described that as perhaps where we are able to tangibly divest our energy from something laborious or that we've kind of been working at for some time. So I love kind of seeing this repeated here for us, Capricorn, in this Knight position. So upright, this Knight is like, I can do it, I got it, I'm gonna get to it. Kind of bringing me back to the Mars, moving through 6th house right now. And so reverse, this says, you know what, I am gonna put some things down, especially because this is where we see ourselves shining this season. This suggests to me that this is not dishonorable anyway. This is not like, I'm upset about this. This is, I am doing less. I'm taking on less responsibility for something. This is typically like a Knight who's acting sometimes on their own, you know, desires and goals, but also often for others. This is like, let me show you what I can do, okay? So there's some energy here of like, I don't need to prove myself to you. Love that. I don't need to do this work anymore. I'm done. I'm stepping out of this role of responsibility. It's no longer for me. And this is all feeling really good for me. Okay, that's cute. How to support and foster growth here. Delegate, do less. Oh my God, loving this narrative. Okay, hilarious. You know, the stereotype about Capricorn is I'm gonna do it all. If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. I burn out all the time because I don't know when to say no or when to stop. What is rest? All right. So leaning into that stereotype, we certainly see here these themes of doing less and allowing that to feel good. The 10 of Wands delegates. The 10 of Wands says, I'm not going to do all this by myself. I don't need to. I don't have the energy to do this all by myself. I don't want to burn out. If I keep going, I'm going to risk setting myself on fire, like burning down the whole operation. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to learn where I can either put something down that is no longer vital to me, okay? Or figuring out who I can ask to do this, because I'm not going to do all of it, actually, it turns out. It turns out I am going to find the limit of my own energy and productivity and time. And I'm going to figure out what I don't need to be doing anymore. This is so funny. So interesting that, like, again, I keep talking about Mars being in the 6th, and it's joy, which is classically revered for, I'm going to do it all. I'm going to stand out. I'm going to channel everything into my productivity. It's its house of joy, but it's also like kind of aggravating. Mars creates inflammation there. Okay. Mars is like an aggravating presence. It's fiery. Okay. So I love that we're looking at a planet that's hanging out there, but it's not having the influence that, well, I haven't looked at the challenges yet, so let me not get ahead of myself. But I love this for us, fitting into this theme of the Chariot, where we're looking at how we are aligning our drive and motivation consciously and subconsciously. Because subconsciously, perhaps some part of us is instinctually saying, I don't want to do that, I can't do that, I don't have the energy for that, it's not important to me, but some instinct is overriding that and saying, I must, my conscious self needs to keep going. Do you? Do you though? Because these are saying not so much. All right, challenges or difficulties to be mindful of here. Okay. Does doing less mean that we feel uninspired? Is my first thought. If I put some things down, am I worried that I'm not going to have new ideas for what I will do next? That feels like a very Capricorn vibe. Capricorn is a cardinal sign, wants to initiate. It's like I'm always looking for something to do next. Okay. And so this challenge perhaps being that maybe this sense of motivation is being kind of brought internally for reflection. Maybe it's hard to let yourself have the space and time to reflect on what you are passionate about and what you want to pursue. Okay, that might keep us in a place of like the 10 of Wands, because it's like if I stop, I'm going to lose my motivation and momentum. And if I have motivation, if I have no momentum, then I will fail. Then nothing new will ever get started again. I'm not going to be able to build that energy back up. Okay, so the challenge or difficulty might be that we need a little downtime to allow this process to rejuvenate or restore itself. Maybe we need to turn inward and even get a sense of, and getting some Chariot vibes here as well as Strength vibes here, what even am I passionate about right now? I love seeing these cards next to each other, the beginning and the end of a cycle. What's driven me, or what I've told myself I'm passionate about, is not really doing it for me anymore. And maybe that scares you. I mean, absolutely. What will I be out here doing? What will I be known for? 10th house, South Node. What will people say about me if I'm not doing this, if I'm not known for this, if I'm not putting in this effort continuously? What are they going to say about me? Let's call in the Venus-Saturn opposition that we'll be seeing this season. Venus from the 9th house, opposing Saturn in the 3rd house, okay? And Saturn in the 3rd is like, I'm building up this kind of like maybe responsibility amongst my peers, amongst my neighbors. Maybe it's my mind that tells me that I'm supposed to be really productive. And Venus up there in the 9th saying like, I don't really want that. I want to be kind of like freer up here. I want to be able to do what I want up here. I want to be able to open my mind and experience something expansive. Maybe Venus wants to travel and Saturn's like, no, my day-to-day needs are too important. My mind says I must stay focused on this. And Venus is like, but I don't really want to. And Venus is the one ruling the South Node in the 10th house. So Venus might not care about what people are going to say about us. Right? Like, I actually need to care less about what people think about me. Because guess what? I can't control that anyway. I want to know where your Venus is to understand more about what pressure you feel to maintain some image or reputation publicly. The 10th house being such a public space where people are talking about us. And the truth is that we cannot control what people say about us. That's just facts. That's facts right there. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And people can like it or not, but there is little I am actually tangibly capable of doing to change that. And Saturn might have us thinking, or even Neptune, right? Neptune in that mind space might be like, what does it mean if I'm not like doing this? Or how does my mind let go of this trap, okay? Certainly some instinctual stories here. All right. How to navigate these challenges. Oh. Okay. Well, this makes me think about what I was just saying about other people. This kind of extends into a place of like, it's not my job to make other people happy. Oh, whoa. I don't know how that felt to you, but that sent a chill down my whole body. It's not my job to make people happy. Doesn't that feel contradictory for a Saturn-ruled sign, whether it's your rising or your sun or your moon or any other Capricorn placement that you might have? It literally feels like a job to take care of other people. And there is something to the Capricorn Cancer axis, and the Chariot is our card that represents Cancer. There is something to the Capricorn Cancer axis that does involve taking care of people, but in its purest form, it is designed to be that Capricorn creates the structure under which the needs of Cancer are met, but not that any one person is meant to take full responsibility for maintaining that system, because guess what? That Capricorn person also still has needs, right? Like, you still have needs, okay? Believe it or not, whether you embrace that or accept that doesn't make it any less true. You still have needs. You still need to be part of the system of care. Okay, so are you currently part of a system of care, right? This upright talks about, I am sharing love. I am with a chosen or biological or whatever family I have in my life right now. And with Chiron and the North Node moving through your 4th house in whole sign, there may be stories right now about being separated from family or loss that you've experienced in family, whatever that looks like. And maybe this time is about reflecting on where some family hasn't really been supportive of you in the way that you've been supportive of them. Love that we have 2 10s here, and they're both reversed. Capricorn's always thinking about the end goal. I got to get to this one place. I got to finish this thing. I got to hit this milestone, and then I will be safe and I will have made it. Oof. If only I just pull myself up by the bootstraps, like the boomers like to tell us, then I'll make it. I'll get there. We wouldn't have this Chariot here if we weren't experiencing some deviation or dissonance regarding what we think we're supposed to be moving toward and what our heart is actually calling us toward. If we've been moving toward some sort of finality and being done and having something established so that we can finally stop, that's false. That's false. I don't want to call that out so blatantly, but I did. So there we are. That's just not real. That can't be real. First of all, life is an everlasting journey, right? But also, we often make it to those milestones only to be disappointed that there's no sense of fulfillment that immediately floods us and tells us, okay, I made it. Everything's good. Now I'm good. No. If we're doing all the care and someone else is not putting in the care, if we're invested in relationships that are not reciprocal for us, whatever those relationships look like, then we're out here doing all this work by ourselves. So with this being delegate so that I can do less, there is the opportunity and the space to reflect on, what do I want these relationships to feel like? What emotions do I want to be guiding me? What does my heart actually want this to look like? And am I able to make space for that truth, even though it defies what I've been consciously moving toward out here? Whew, okay. That's a big story, Capricorn. Let's see what the dice have to say about that. Coming back to the sun while I roll these dice and thinking about the fact that this is a journey that we reach after we've moved through the moon, right? And we saw the moon and the sun reversed in I think it was our first Capricorn full moon story. I know it was at the beginning of the summer, that's for sure. And we saw those cards and we talked about, okay, so only in going through these kind of unconscious space and confronting the oogie boogies in there, only to recognize that they just want to be heard, can we make it to the sun where we can really be our best selves and see ourselves surfacing as someone who has transformed from going through that process? So it feels like this is the transformation right now, is the doing less, is the divesting, is the pulling back, is the assessing our energy. And beneath that, understanding what we even want to be committed to even give that much of ourselves, right? Because like Capricorn, you're a giver, okay? You take care of things. But like, does that allow, like, do you do so in a way that allows you to genuinely experience family and love and care? Or do you do that in a way that you think instinctually gives you the upper hand? If we always have the upper hand, we're never like equal with other people. And that feels so tricky. If we don't let other people take responsibility for themselves, then what are we doing all of this for? We are always going to be alone. Yikes. If we don't let other people do what they need to do for themselves, where they can, all right? Again, systems of care. We're not saying like everyone has to take care of themselves and be hyper independent. We need each other. But if you're the one who always allows yourself to be needed or puts yourself in a position of being needed and you are overworked in that capacity, which you are, then where is the love? Okay? Where is the actual genuine affection and care and love that you're able to experience? This reversed might be a call to reflect on where you have been in some relationships of care that are not mutual and that are not genuine, but that you've been telling yourself are like, well, it is what it is, and this is what I signed up for. Okay, I brought up, there we go. That North Node in the 4th house, absolutely. You are on a journey of trusting yourself, okay? You're on a journey of creating your own family, okay? That Aries 4th house is like, I am gonna have to feel what I feel. And if, often I have felt alone in that, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna be alone forever in that. Let's not let that Chiron story, currently moving to the 4th house, inform you that you're always gonna be alone, okay? Because that's just nonsense. That's just a negative attitude telling, like that's conditioning there in that strength card saying, no one's ever been able to give me what I need, and therefore I'm always going to be alone, and I'll just be out here giving people what they need, and then that will somehow fulfill me. It's not, okay? So there's something in that North Node story, that 4th house story, calling your attention to get clear on, where am I telling myself that people won't love me the way I am, or that people won't make space for me, or that I'm not allowed to be myself in my true nature amongst my family, whatever that family looks like. Taurus, where Uranus is, your 5th house of self-expression and true love. What's been surfacing for you there? Let's talk about the full moon that's going to T-square that Uranus. That 2nd house, 8th house space of like my stuff and our stuff. What life have you built with other people that Uranus is about to crack open and say, this is false, this doesn't serve you, you're not happy, you're not using your skills in a way that makes you happy, you're not sharing your resources in a way that makes you happy, and I'm gonna speak the truth from your 5th house of self-expression and true love, okay? And 1, your 1st house, okay? Let's even think back to those full moons that just happened in your 1st house and get clear on what they illuminated for you, okay? What did they bring up for you that you felt able to finalize and let go of? Let's think about this as, can you put yourself first? Sometimes, again, Capricorn, I know that feels like, I can't do that without thinking about other people. Nope, we're gonna put that narrative down however we can. We're gonna get clear on where you actually need to prioritize yourself some more and what that can actually start to look like, okay? Capricorn, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Capricorn who is too hard on themselves and is reframing what it is to be loved by others. And subscribe, all right? We'll talk about Venus moving into that 10th house, ruling that 10th house South Node, and letting go of some more opinions of other people and how they think of us, or even letting go of some old traditions that we've been adhering to, because that's gonna be potent. I will see you then. Welcome, Aquarius, to your Leo season forecast. As we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they lover, friend, business partner, or enemy. We see Mercury and Venus moving into your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, or otherwise partnered person or people, my psychology, and my ancestors. We've got the South Node moving through your 9th house of faraway travel, philosophy, higher learning, religion, other cultures. We've got the full moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Saturn and Neptune are posted up retrograde in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. The North Node and Chiron are in your 3rd house of communication and the mind, immediate environment, neighborhood, siblings, peers. Uranus is in your 4th house of home, family, origin story, and emotional body, also land. And last but not least, we see Mars moving through your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. We have some prompts for today. Where I see myself shine this season, and how to support and foster growth here. Challenges to be mindful of, and how to navigate these challenges. All right, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what themes are underneath the surface of this season, and we will roll our dice to get a sense of any other narratives that stand out or that we need to be aware of this season. Okay, Empress Reversed is here today. All right, let's think about some different indications of this card. Of course, upright, the Empress is all about feeling a sense of lushness, feeling grounded, feeling resourced, so much that we are able to share those resources and invite others to participate in growing on what we have, right? There's a lot of fertility in this card, and that can be taken a lot of different ways. There can be creative fertility. There could be literal fertility, like biological fertility, rather. This could be a sense of emotional fertility, right? There's a sense of, I have everything here on which I am prepared to grow these other entities. Okay, reversed. Does this mean that you are feeling under-resourced? Does this mean that you have allowed for others to kind of grow on or within what you have cultivated for yourself, and that there are too many, there's too many others now here present in the space? Maybe they are depleting you of resources that you need for yourself right now. Maybe this is a process you're reflecting on. What does it feel like for me to access this? What would this look like for me? So perhaps we are kind of turning this inward and getting a sense of, or taking inventory of, what this would even feel like, as well as how I might get there. Maybe you're turning your sense of fertility, whatever that looks like to you, inward, and we are focusing this growth and this sense of fertility within the self. We're not seeing that or offering that outside of ourselves right now. This is a process I'm going through internally. Let's see what else is here to show this story. Some more pieces. That was a sentence. Okay. Where I see myself shine this season. Ooh, okay. This already allows me more insight into this narrative. We've got the Magician, card number 1. We have the Empress, card number 3. Okay, so when I see the Magician, especially in a positive connotation, as this prompt affords us, I see both an internalization of these tools. So again, I am turning inward and maybe accessing some magic I have within myself. I have the tools I need to catalyze a process within me now. So this Magician energy, this alignment of these planets, this focus of manifestation, but like make it less colonial, of this process of cultivating, okay, being able to make things happen is happening within me, okay? So that certainly supports what we explored here. There could be an adjacent or another narrative of I am taking inventory of what tools I might need at this arc of my life or in this chapter of my life in order to kind of yield an ideal space to create what I want to create now. I love this as where you see yourself shine, right? Okay, so as an Aquarius, maybe you are very focused on cultivating space for others, creating community for others, providing to community in some way. That's kind of some of the deal of being an outer sign, right? If you think about like Libra through Pisces, there's certainly a self and other focus. We're no longer just individuals anymore. So it might be that you are used to catering to other people or providing for other people. This was certainly a theme that showed up in the Capricorn reading before yours as well. That kind of like I'm responsible for making things happen out here for other people or for all of us. And perhaps where you're allowed to see yourself shine and where we are rewriting some of these instincts and intuition is around, well, where do I focus that energy on me? The best way for us to cultivate something for those around us or involving others around us is to first make sure that we are resourced and that we have the tools we need to thrive. Sometimes that feels counterintuitive. Sometimes that feels selfish. Maybe that's some of the North Node and Chiron moving through your third house of the mind and how I communicate, as well as my peers, right? Maybe we're very focused on my peers and the well-being of my peers, my neighborhood, etc. But if I think about that third house and I weave that in, that third house is Aries in whole sign, which suggests that you stand out amongst your peers or that you are a pioneer amongst your peers. I'm curious if you have Aries placements aside from the North Node and Chiron transiting that space right now. So you are meant to stand out in some way from your peers, or at least be activating that in this moment because the North Node is there, showing you that you should focus on you and what you want to initiate, perhaps in your neighborhood or amongst your peers. Okay, so I love this kind of turning inward, focusing on what my world looks like, what my tools look like, because if I want to create something that involves other people, I'm gonna need to know myself thoroughly and know what I need first in order to show up as someone who can be a leader in a community space. Cute. Okay, how to support and foster growth here. Oh, la, 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 la. Thinking about how Virgo is your 8th house and how Venus is entering this space. And Mercury is now in this space and about to station retrograde in this space. So is going to move from your 8th house of Virgo back into your 7th house of Leo. And that actually, that kind of allows me to build on this narrative we started with the 3rd house of Aries. Your 7th house is Leo, which means to some extent you are meant to be sometimes like the sun, the shining light, the center of attention in some of your one-on-one spaces. Reducing some of the like stereotypical Leo language, you are meant to feel like your authentic self in your one-on-one relationships. And planets that are there might make that difficult. Where your sun is in your natal chart might make that difficult, right? Because that's being ruled by the sun. But we see the link between that 3rd house Aries and that 7th house Leo, which is I am meant to be authentic. I am meant to be a leader. I am meant to model to other people how it is to have that attunement to your true self, both in that 3rd house space and that 7th house space. Those are your relational houses, right? So it's really important for you to be able to cultivate that sense of, I'm going to say authority, like inner authority in those relational spaces with others. So all of that said, Mercury starting that retrograde in your 8th house of shared resources, where others are also merging with you. moving back into that 7th house of who I am in my one-on-one relationships, calling you to kind of go inward, right? The Hermit, you've got so many major arcana cards right now. Just by the way, let's point that out. Lots of arcs opening up this season that will continue to unfold over at least next season, perhaps even longer than that, okay? So the Hermit is inviting you within. I also want to point out that both of these are mercurial cards. This is quite literally Mercury. The planet itself is the Magician, right? And the Hermit is Virgo, one of the signs that it rules. So lots of Mercury themes. I'm gonna ask you, you can let me know in the comments if you feel like sharing, where your Mercury is in your natal chart and how it's kind of in relationship to these mercurial themes now. This invitation to go inward. So that also really supports the kind of the reversal of these two as being cards that are calling your attention within yourself. The Hermit is like, let's go into our acute mind space because we have all the answers in here, actually. The Hermit is about going within for wisdom that we might have otherwise been seeking outside of ourselves. And I think that narrative also supports what we've explored about the 3rd and the 7th houses being Aries and Leo, respectively, is that you are meant to have and trust that inner authority. Maybe that shows us a little bit about the South Node in Libra in your 9th house, pulling you away from groupthink, pulling you away from being accepted by like kind of institutions that are created in order to form official opinions. You kind of pulling away from that space in this current nodal transit. Again, you might have planets up there in Libra. You might have your North Node up there in Libra. So even if you are meant to eventually, in some capacity, be part of, like, have a seat at that table, right? And be amongst others of like mind who are creating definitions about things. Right now, you are meant to be pulling away from certain spaces that are claim to be that and do not honor your actual inner authority, your actual relational authority. Okay, so we're going inside. We're going in, the files are inside the computer. We're going in here to seek out those answers that we may feel others outside of us are not providing, or that we're relying too heavily on what other people think. We're going inside. This going inside absolutely makes a lot of sense as something that fosters the growth of this Magician reversed. If I go inside myself, I can take inventory of the tools that I have and the tools that I'll need to get where I'm trying to go. All right? I don't really care about what other people are telling me that I need right now. That might be a lot of noise. What instincts are telling you that you need to abide by those suggestions or please those people who are telling you what they think you need by following in their direction? What have you been traveling through the moon before this to get to this sun to emerge as your true transformed self? Okay, cute. I love this narrative. It's feeling very straightforward to me this time. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of. Oh my God, stop with all the majors, all right? Oof. You know, I was thinking about like, oh man, like you are the sign that's going to have this full ass moon, whether it's in your 1st house, if you're an Aquarius rising, whether it's on your sun, if you are an Aquarius sun, whether it is your lunar return, if you are an Aquarius moon. It's going to be a big impact no matter how we slice it, okay? You've got Uranus in your 4th house of home and emotional body, T-squaring these planets from your 1st and 7th houses. Who you are. Oof, what I just got. And this might be more accurate for those who have an IC in Taurus, like your home line, right? Opposite your midheaven. Still going to be true for all of you in the sense of having a 4th house in Taurus in whole sign. But if your IC is there, it might be even more impactful. You are going to see yourself separating from some relationships at this full moon. That T-square from 4 to 1 and 7 means that something inside of you emotionally or home-wise or family-wise or origin story or land is going to come through and crack some connection that stems from the 1st house of who you are and that 7th house of other people, right? Who I am to other people. Okay, so that helps me kind of understand why so many majors are showing up here, because that's a very big, like, with that happening on your angles, that's pretty huge, right? That's some pretty life-changing, direction-altering stuff. So the devil here says, what are you doing? What are you bound to that you are falsely adhering to? What cultural or social narratives or expectations or traditions are you aligning yourself with that are pulling you in a false direction, that are causing you to kind of rely on vices maybe, or otherwise unhelpful processes or practices that are not actually fulfilling you or giving you any restorative energy? Seeing a lot more about this, like, I need to pull this within me now because I've been kind of out here engaging in false systems and thinking that they rule me in some way that they don't. So this is a challenge, is getting clear on what this looks like and where you can start to walk away from it. So let's look at how we're going to navigate this challenge. Cute. Okay, that tells me a little bit more about that Uranus in the 4th house. That is where my mind went immediately, to that home place that I said Uranus was going, from which I said Uranus is going to kind of create this electric shock that's going to sever some tie in some of our relationships. How to navigate this challenge is to focus on, 1, what you want to celebrate, 2, what home looks like for you, and otherwise what houses your heart, your passion, right? The 4 of Wands is such a beautiful card. It is never negative. It is, I have something worthy of creating this space. I have something worthy of sharing with people, of celebrating with those around me. I have something worthy of sustaining and building 4 walls around in order to continue to nourish. And it's focusing on that allows you to pull away from whatever these systems look like that you are currently bound to. Beautiful that we're seeing so many majors, and this one minor card is such a delight, such a pleasure. Really understanding how strength is playing a part here, as well as the sun. This is, I think there's a strong connection here. The sun can often be described as like really connecting with your inner child and really feeling that sense of cohesion and integrity, like being able to integrate who you are now with who you were and wanted to be as a child, and how that has lived within you up to this point. So there's something really heartfelt about this connection here, and I see strength really aligning with these majors out here. What instincts have led me to this point? What instincts have conditioned me to think that I am bound to some structure outside of me that is actually false and does not have authority over me? And we can think about this being Capricorn, and Capricorn being your 12th house. Pluto's dipping back in there. Okay, so Pluto has one more round for you concerning, like, where do you give power to things, and like, where is that buried deep in your unconscious space, and how do we bring that to the surface? Yes, I see you, Capricorn. Called it. Okay. Yes, that first house full moon, or that full moon on your sun and or moon, wherever the Aquarius is that you tuned in here for to listen to. And emphasizing that north node, absolutely. That 3rd house north node is very important. And I think this really supports what I was saying a few minutes ago about, even if you have planets in that 9th house of Libra, even if your north node is in Libra and this is your nodal reversal, there is still something very important in this moment, ending in January when the nodes shift signs, about you allowing yourself that authority over your mind, over your process, over how you communicate, over your ideas, over what you want to initiate to communicate with other people. And I think that supports this one as well. Like, can you put yourself first in this moment? Can you prioritize your ideas, your fertility, whatever that looks like, your process and your inner wisdom? Can you shift out of what is holding you in this current like stagnation pattern and gently kind of remove those influences from yourself by focusing on what feels good in your heart and what you want this heart space to look like and how you want that to be held. Woo! Powerful stuff, my dudes. All right, Aquarius, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with perhaps another Aquarian who might be navigating this moment of turning inward and accessing that inner wisdom. And subscribe so we can talk more about that Mercury retrograde, more about Venus moving into Libra and hitting that South Node, and what maybe ruptures or disruptions you experience at this full moon at the end of the season. I'll see you there. Welcome, Pisces, to your Leo season forecast. Okay, as we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus and Mercury in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We see Mercury and Venus moving into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, enemy, lover, or business partner. We have the South Node moving through your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, or otherwise whoever I'm partnered with and share things with, my ancestors, and my psychology. We've got a full moon in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. Saturn and Neptune are retrograde in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. The North Node and Chiron are currently hanging out in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Uranus is in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, siblings, peers, immediate environment, and neighborhood. Last but not least, we see Mars chilling in your 4th house of home, origin story, family, land, emotional body. Okay, we have some prompts for today. Where I see myself shine this season and how to support and foster growth here. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of here and how to navigate these challenges. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are bubbling beneath the surface this season, and we'll roll our trusty dice to figure out anything else we need to know or what really stands out this season. Okay. Boom! It's the moon hanging out with the sun. Okay, cool. I've been referring to the moon in some of these readings as the predecessor to the sun. Lovely that it's here to make itself known as the bottom of your deck and therefore beneath the themes that you are exploring this season. So the moon as the predecessor to the sun is a time where we are going within and we are exploring some of that like unconscious realm. What like oogie boogie spooky things live in my unconscious place? How are they impacting my conscious self? What do I need to make friends with in there so that they can stop being so scary? And how can I slow down enough to engage in this process without, like, instead of trying to speed through it because I don't like the discomfort of this process? Through this process, we make it to the sun. It is only when we go through that kind of dark, shadowy part within us. Sometimes you'll hear this as the shadow. Okay, so only when we get to know our shadow. Yes, you hear shadow work left, right, up and down, all over the place now. But it's real, right? And it's an ongoing relationship. It is not just, I found my shadow and now I'm whole. It's like, no, I continuously make an effort to go in there and recognize where some shadow themes are maybe derailing me or pulling me off course. Only when we integrate these shadow elements of ourselves do we emerge fully integrated. That's what we're integrating, right? That's the whole point. We have to integrate something that is undesirable or scary or that is a part of us, even if it's different than how we see ourselves in the world, all right? And that is where these butterflies help us transform, all right? They show that we have gone through kind of the icky process of completely dissolving everything, getting to know everything, and then using that everything to power up our new form. All right, let's see who else is here to help us better understand what this is looking like for you. Where I see myself shine this season. Okay, this was on the bottom of the deck for Aquarius right before you. And I did wonder, will this show up in someone's actual reading? It's you. Okay, so what I said for Aquarius and what I feel is true for you, because this is a positive prompt, right? Where I see myself shine. So this is not going to be like a negative connotation, because it's not how it was written. So where I see this is Pisces. Something I explained to Aquarius is that being amongst the outer signs, which are Libra through Pisces, we tend to be self and other focused, right? Like all of those early signs are like me, and Libra through Pisces is very me and you, me and us, me and all of us, me and them, me and the world, okay? And you fall into the category of like me and the world, okay? Whether that's you are a Pisces rising or you are a Pisces sun or moon, whatever you're here to read for Pisces, you are very self and the whole world oriented. Sometimes that's overwhelming, because how can we hold compassion for the whole world without it completely overwhelming us, right? It's a lot to hold all of these feelings and all of this empathy and all of this care. Okay, so all of that said, being so self and other concerned, you might be in a place where you recognize, I'm always trying to cultivate like an energy of fertility for the people around me. I want people to be able to come to me and to use me, not necessarily in like the negative sense, but to be able to cultivate growth for themselves through me, using me as a vessel, using me as a plot of land. I want to be able to facilitate growth for the people around me. That's something beautiful about Pisces, is let me offer you some of what I'm feeling and experiencing so that you can feel better. Okay, so where has that become really overwhelming? Is this already showing us signs of what this moon is like? Is some of your shadow self that you give too much away, that you allow people to take so much of your fertile land and to grow too many crops on it? Okay, things for you to think about. Let me know how that lands. But this is turning inward for you now. Where you shine is in pulling back some of this energy that you extend to others so kindly, so graciously, so generously, and to afford yourself some of that fertile land, whatever that looks like for you. So turning these inward for this season, let's remember, as major arcana cards, these are themes opening up this season, but that will likely unfold over Virgo season and even possibly beyond that. So just keeping that in mind, we're starting this process now. So turning this inward, maybe taking inventory of what is it for me to experience my own kind of like creativity and fertility and fertile land. What would it look like if I don't know the answer to this? If I'm not sure, because I've been so focused on letting other people access this space that I'm not even sure what it would look like for me to access it, or like what I would need from this space in order to cultivate some of my own growth. That's what you're focusing on this month. And that's what is allowing you to shine. You are seeing yourself see more of yourself. You are letting yourself use more of your own resources, your own creative prowess. And from there, even if, let's acknowledge it might bring up some shadowy things like, oh no, I can't do that. And the question is kind of like, what instinct told you that? That's kind of crazy, because I think there's kind of the common understanding that if we're trying to show up for others, we're only going to be as useful or as strong as what we nourish ourselves with first. And that might be something that is kind of programmed within you to not be allowed. Where is your Jupiter? Where is your, yeah, where's your Jupiter? Let's start there. As a Pisces, whatever Pisces placement we're looking at here, where is Jupiter there? And even if we have a strong, well-placed Jupiter, it's still a Jupiter then who is like, I will give to you benevolence everywhere. Okay, so when do you give to yourself, right? And what could investing in yourself allow you to provide even more thoroughly for the people you are hoping to give to? Okay, how to support and foster growth here. All right, Aquarius had a lot of majors too. This is a fascinating time for the outer signs. Okay, High Priestess reverse. We saw this at our Taurus new moon, didn't we? Yep, we sure did. And we talked about, have you been listening to your instincts? Have you been listening to your intuition? This tells me that there's something within you that is trying to get your attention, that you are either unconsciously neglecting or you have been consciously aware of, but that you are ignoring or devaluing or dismissing in some way. Maybe you know that something is amiss. Maybe you know that some of the people who are that you are allowing into your garden, to continue this Empress metaphor, are taking advantage, for example. That's one way we could see this. Or are not actually really like, this is a loaded word, but worthy of what you are offering them. That's absolutely a Pisces shadow, like for all of us, all right? Myself included. That's a rough one. We can see the best in everyone. We can see, even if you've taken advantage of me before, I have so much empathy for you because I can understand how you became the person who would do that to me. And therefore, I'm still not going to withdraw because I can see you in a way that no one else can. There's so much shadow under there. My goodness. What are you not listening to? Okay, so giving space to this, giving attention to what intuition has been trying to get your attention, where you've been disconnected from your intuition, allows you to foster and support growth here in self-resourcing and in allowing yourself first access to this beautiful garden that you're trying to allow others access to. Okay, I see the scaries in here. What's gonna happen if I do that? People will think I'm selfish. Someone told me once that, or many times, or many people have told me that that's not something I should do, that I should be giving to them first. That is certainly a source of many negative Pisces stereotypes, which is that, you're so naive. You can be gaslighted easily. You are just so soft and weak. And why are you like that? Because someone conditioned you to be like that. You didn't just come out of the womb like, oh my God, I'm gonna be a sucker. People put that on Pisces, all right? And because Pisces are empathetic, it can be easy to take advantage of that energy, all right? So you weren't born like this. You were made like this. You were made into this, all right? And this is beautiful. So we're going to confront some of those scary waries. I don't know why I'm doing these oogie boogie rhyming things, but sometimes that just makes it a little softer because it is a lot to confront this within ourselves. How did I get to a place where I let people take advantage of me? Or why is it hard for me to assert my boundaries? Or why does it feel selfish to take care of my own needs first? Remembering that we are only going to be as helpful to other people as we allow ourselves to be to ourselves, okay? Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of here. Oh, yeah. There's that old friend, anxiety. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Totes my goats. Absolutely. How am I going to combat this rampant anxiety? How am I going to challenge all of the mental functions that have existed around me this whole time that I feel trapped within? How am I going to find my way out of this, right? There is something about the 8, and I have kind of illustrated it here. Maybe if you have this deck or you've seen me pull this card before, you've given it a look and you've wondered, and I'll kind of explain a bit here that it might not seem intentional, but there are little cracks here in this kind of outermost square, right? All of these squares represent, and there's 8, in case you're wondering, all of these squares represent the many boxes that we get trapped within that feel really firm. You know, it emulates the 8 of Swords in the traditional Rider-Waite deck, where there is a figure blindfolded and surrounded by the 8 swords. And this figure doesn't want to take off the blindfold or open their eyes because they don't want to look at all of them, because it just feels so overwhelming already. And I don't want to be reminded of what they are. I feel it, they're there, they're unmovable, I can never escape. There are little cracks here though, in this outermost square that suggest that we can find our way out if we are willing to open our eyes and look at them. So a challenge might be where we are resistant to that part of the process, where we are refusing to open our eyes and take inventory of what's actually going on and getting a sense of the constructs that have been built, that we've been living within, that we don't actually have to. Is there a little bit of a devil theme there? Absolutely, in the sense of, I am the only way out of this. No one's going to help me out of this. Why would they? If people are taking advantage of me and my instincts are telling me to continue allowing that, then no one else would save me from this, because then they would stop benefiting from what I'm giving them. This is why Pisces hates a boundary. What if people think less of me? South Node in your 8th house. What if people retract the resources that they've allowed me to share with them because I set a boundary around what I'm willing to offer them? That's some scary shit right there. Absolutely. We're digging deep into this strength card. But we also see that that's not you being your authentic self, right? That's not you allowing yourself to shine. That's you staying in the shadow and not really confronting it and just sort of allowing it to run your life. So how are we going to navigate this challenge? We're going to focus on where we have not cultivated a space to hold our own emotions. Upright, this is like, I did it, I'm chill. No matter what I'm feeling, I hold space for me, all right? No matter what I'm experiencing, I have cultivated a space for myself to feel held and to feel nurtured and nourished. Pisces, if you're someone who's been conditioned to be giving a lot and expecting little in return, or giving when people are not respecting your needs, this is not a function that you have been taught to cultivate or had modeled for you. So if we're gonna, again, because why would someone model that for you if you're able to give them so much empathy and they are able to drink from your fountain, all right? Why turn the cup around and give it to you? Okay, so how to navigate this challenge of anxiety? Such a beautiful response. Is this Queen of Cups reversed? To turn these empathic functions inward, to give yourself empathy, to hold space for your own emotional processes. This is you trying to hold space for everyone else's processes. Sure, come lay in my garden and cry. No, lay in your own garden and cry, all right? Before you let other people in here, you need to hold space for your own freaking emotions. You need to be able to use your own garden, all right? This is so important. Focusing on where you've been blocked from this situation. We could also flip this and say, step out of the responsibility of holding this space for someone else. The King of Cups is the one who's like, come to my crystallized form. I am a rock, and therefore you cannot shake me. So take what you need from me emotionally, because I am solidified in myself. This is still fluid. This is still liquid, all right? This is not a crystallized form. This needs to be for you, first and foremost. So where are you trying to give to others first, before you hold space for your own emotions? I feel like I'm saying this so aggressively, and I do not mean it that way. I really mean, I mean, listen, you know that I'm a Pisces. So like everything I'm saying to you, I have had to say to myself, and I continue to have to say to myself, okay? But I'm being as emphatic about it as I am, because this is so important. Saturn is in your first house. Neptune's in your first house. Saturn is trying to build you something, a container for you, so that you can continue to be everything you want to be for these other people. Even if it's your sun or your moon, Saturn's on it to solidify you, to turn you into a crystal. But you can't get to that King of Cups if you don't master the Queen first, okay? Woo! Woo! 5. Okay, Sagittarius and Jupiter. All right, I did ask where your Jupiter is. And your 5th house is currently, what, a little bit empty. We just ended Cancer season. Okay, what came up for you in that full moon, for example? I mean, both of those full moons, right? We had 2 Capricorn full moons in your 11th house of friendship and community. What did you learn about what you give to other people, where you're in service to other people, and where that pulls you away from your own self-expression, from your own experience of true love and joy and play? And whatever children you have, be they biological or adopted children, be they creative children, this is very Empress right now. Like, what has been illuminated for you in that 5th house about what you need to be giving yourself emotionally to then be of service to those people in that 11th house, to then have that structure of care for your friends and your communities, as well as hopes and dreams for your future. Okay, Jupiter is in Gemini right now, hanging out with Mars in your 4th house. So there's some call to strengthen your emotional body, maybe even getting clear on what your family looks like and who those people are. Mars down there might be like, I'm gonna fight with some family because actually you're the ones who made me like this. Okay, that's one narrative. Maybe there's, I'm gonna separate from where I grew up or my family of origin so that I can heal some of this. And there's, I need to get comfortable expressing and asserting my emotional needs with Mars there. And Jupiter being present here is amplifying all of that, right? Jupiter being in that house, ruling your chart or your sun or your moon, asking you to get clear on those stories and how they've informed who you are and how you show up in the world. Sagittarius, opposite that Jupiter's also ruling, is your 10th house and whole sign. Is where you have those expectations, like where you want to live up to expectations, where people talk about you, where you adhere to traditions that you might not actually believe in anymore. Getting clear on what those look like for you and deciding where the cracks exist that you can begin to walk away. Pisces, thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed, please give this video a like. Please share with a fellow Pisces who's learning to set some boundaries, and subscribe so that we can talk about what Mercury is kind of doing while retrograde to that 4th house space and what's being activated there. I'll see you then. Welcome, Aries, to your Leo season forecast. As we explore Leo season, we see the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury in your 5th house of true love, play, joy, children, and self-expression. Mercury and Venus move into your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We've got the South node moving through your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. Saturn and Neptune are posted up in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. I skipped over our full moon, which happens in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. The North Node and Chiron are in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Uranus in Taurus is hanging out in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Last but not least, your chart ruler Mars is moving through your 3rd house of the mind and communication, siblings and peers, immediate environment, and neighborhood. Okay, we've got some prompts for today. Where I see myself shine this season, as well as how to support and foster growth here. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of here, and how to navigate these challenges. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are bubbling beneath the surface of this season, and we will roll our trusty dice to get a sense of what really stands out or anything else we need to know. Okay. Okay. Balance is on the menu for you this season. Two of Pentacles is all about taking and integrating a new opportunity or idea or resource that starts in the ace and integrating it into what we already have. So we are kind of starting to learn how to juggle maybe a little bit. And you might recall that kind of image from the traditional Rider-Waite image. So we are hoping to or seeing an opportunity to grow here. And in order to support that growth, we are also hoping to kind of balance out the root so that we are able to support what is growing here. We don't want to grow too fast out here and not have enough support down here in the foundation. Otherwise, it'll all topple over and it's not supported, right? So it's all about giving attention to what is incoming and what is growing while making sure we tend to our needs within ourselves, at home, etc., whatever supports us as we are growing. So let's kind of get a sense here of what else is playing out in this narrative. All right, so everyone's up right for you, Aries. I was laughing at all of the outer signs we moved through because everyone had reversals. Not today, Aries. Where I see myself shine this season. Ooh, we're mastering the mind. Okay, so the Swords journey is an important yet difficult one. We often feel that we are really pushed to reconcile whatever forms of anxiety we are navigating. And the King is someone who's able to master information and intellect and the mind in such a way that they are able to exercise this and demonstrate this outwardly to others. So this may be someone who is, I pulled this card for a client who was getting a master's in library technology and information. Okay, so literally like mastering systems of information so that others can seek them and use them for their own knowledge, right? Okay, so this is an area where you are thriving. This might be connected to that full moon we see in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future and friends and communities. Maybe you are really able or learning to articulate something at this time. Mars, your chart ruler, moving through your 3rd house, Gemini, certainly acting on and demonstrating a mastery of ideas and communication amongst your peers, for example. Okay, let's see what else we have here. How to support and foster growth here. Ooh, it's time to start putting things out into the world. So whatever information you are mastering, whatever way of communicating you are honing and bringing to a maturation process this season, it's time to share that. The 8 of Wands is like swift action. Typically, like here are these like carrier pigeons taking this message out into the world, okay? We are moving, we are sending out these messages, we are we are communicating, right? This might be Mars related. So we've got some big events happening in your houses of communication, which are also air signs. And Mars might be the one who is quick to take action here. And that might be, again, like supporting this action. Really taking a stance on what you think, what your opinion is, sharing that with your peers, sharing that with people around you, okay? Let's see what else we have that supports this. Challenges to be mindful of. Ooh, okay, yeah, that scarcity mindset. All right, so this is pretty interesting. We've got a nice balance of elements here so far. Even if, like, I'm curious to see what we've got here, but we've got swords, we've got pentacles, we've got wands. So, I can see where strength and these instincts and intuition might be coming into play here. I am getting clear on my stance, on the facts. I'm getting clear on organizing these facts and organizing my sources. I'm getting an understanding of how I use knowledge. Okay, so it's time for me to start putting some of that knowledge or some of those facts into the world. That might be uncomfortable for you. Depending on where you're, like, we see the South Node moving through your 7th house, which means that some of those one-on-one relationships you've had in the past are leaving for different reasons. Maybe you haven't had a mastery of the facts before, and that has shown up in those one-on-one spaces before. Maybe you have been learning how to communicate, okay? And so I'm curious, let me know in the comments where this lands for you, but there might be a sense of, if I put these things out into the world, if I say these things, if I share these things, if I make this information available to other people, what am I going to lose? All right, there's certainly a sense of like, I'm going to lose out on something. And again, maybe that connects with those one-on-one relationships that have been severed in some way. You've been pulled away from those in some capacity. Do you have planets in Libra in that 7th house? And are you feeling a sense of loss, perhaps? Or feeling like if I share these things, then the people I'm close with, I will lose connection with them. This is also maybe connected to Uranus in Taurus, which we know is going to T-square this full moon that's happening in your 11th house that we've been talking about. That's a big deal too. What in your 2nd house do you feel like you haven't had access to or that you have lost? What has Uranus been changing in your house of my resources, my stuff, my skills, and how I use them to make my money? Have there been disruptions to how you bring in resources in some capacity? And is that connected to what this mastery of information is? Again, full moon in your 11th house, in your friends and communities. T-squaring the sun in your 5th house of self-expression. Ooh, that could also be connected to this. And Uranus in that 2nd house of what I have and what I own. Maybe there's a fear that if I express myself, I'm going to lose out, or it's going to change my tangible resources, or it's going to trigger a lot of fear of lack. Whether that lack is real or perceived, this card and the challenge that we might be addressing here really lies in the seeking help outside of ourselves, okay? When we have the 5, that feeling of lack can be absolutely genuine. It does not have to just be a scarcity mindset. It can absolutely be connected to some very real economic strife. But the challenge in the 5 is to not let that isolate you, okay? To not let that impact how you connect with other people. And that might be some of what feels scary here. Getting a bigger sense too of this 2 of Pentacles and this balance. What are we trying to balance, right? If I'm mastering this and I'm going to share it quickly, how am I going to support myself and root further into myself and what I do have? That 2 of Pentacles does kind of require us to get clear on what we do have. And if we feel this feeling of lack over here about what we don't have, this idea of balance is going to feel difficult. We might try to push really hard to grow here because we're fearful that if we stop and look at this, we'll decide that we don't actually have enough to make that push. And that might delay us or derail our plans. Okay, how are we going to navigate these challenges of the 5 of Pentacles? Oh, we're going to take some space. We're going to carve out a little bit of privacy, a little bit of safety. Interesting that the 4 precedes the 5, and the 4 shows us kind of taking respite before we go back out to fight the battle in the 5 of Swords. So this might be a little bit of, I am mastering my mind. I love seeing the 4 of Swords and the King of Swords together. I'm mastering my mind, and I have things to say or to share, or I have actions to take. And I'm fearful of what I stand to lose in this process. So I'm going to create a space for myself to maybe meditate or otherwise ground into my mind, right? And I certainly see that connected to that 2 of Pentacles. The way to create that sense of balance is to give yourself this safe space, this respite, this privacy, okay? And we can see that some of these first 2 really speak to the sun, I'm coming out as my true self. Again, I've mastered my mind. I've mastered this information. And so I am seeing myself thrive in a new way. I'm going to put that out into the world. I'm going to share that. But my instincts might be conditioned from the past to bring up fear. Again, like fear of loss, fear of lack. If I do this, if I own this part of myself, someone's going to be upset, right? Well, the North Node's in your first house, my love, which means that you are meant to be standing on your own. And that's not a forever story. The nodes will shift in January. The North Node will move into your 12th house. The South Node will move into your 6th house. So it's really just lessons coming through to you for the next few months, right? Through January. We've got about 6 months left. And this is a lesson where you are going to figure out how to stand on your own, apart from some of the relationships that can't make space for the authentic you. We're unlearning codependency and people-pleasing in the 7th house. There are lots of instincts then surrounding how you are meant to interact with people in order to please them, in order to keep them in your life. So these cards seem to say a lot to me about the Strength card and about the instincts and intuition here that need space and privacy and quiet to calibrate, right? You need to be able to separate yourself from others in order to find that clarity and in order to maintain that clarity. This is certainly a card of I am mastering my mind and therefore gaining clarity. The way to maintain that clarity is to step into this box of the Four of Swords and to say, I need to trust myself. I need to give myself space from some of the noise that's happening outside of me so that I can really lean into who I am and hear my own voice. Okay, I think that's a big part of maintaining that balance and also absolutely shifting out of this fear of lack and scarcity. And the challenge again being like, who do I reach out to? Right now, it might be depending on yourself, but also maybe that full moon illuminates who you can reach out to, right? If people are leaving from the 7th house, then how do I locate the people who I can reach out to and trust? Okay, so we've got Leo here, absolutely. Certainly looking at that 5th house of self-expression, right? And let's think too about how Mercury started off Leo season here, has shifted into Virgo, and will station retrograde in Virgo, moving back into that 5th house. So perhaps there are some lessons here that you're learning about self-expression, right? And that's gonna be extra important to keep in mind as Mercury will be ruling Mars in Gemini in your 3rd house while Mercury is retrograde. So there are things to maybe be mindful of here. What lessons am I learning about self-expression? How do I share things without compromising my integrity? How do I share things while honoring my true self, while understanding who that true self is? Think about where your sun is, Aries. If you're an Aries rising, think about where your sun is. If you're an Aries sun, then your sun's your sun is exalted here. Your sun is very self-expressive, and your sun is probably in some sort of trine formation to Mercury while it's retrograde, depending on what degree it is. So getting clear on where your sun is and what that relationship is to this retrograde. Maybe keeping track of that over the course of the summer, getting a sense of what themes come up for you in terms of self-expressing. We see the 7 here, and we talked about that South Node being in your 7th house. So absolutely, we're seeing where you owning your true self in an integrated way, right? Not just self-expressing for the fun of it or like to pop off or like to rile people up, but like really being genuine about how you are presenting yourself and seeing what relationships do fall away and seeing what relationships strengthen, seeing where that frees up space for you. But Venus is going to be moving through Virgo and making that opposition to Saturn from your 6th to your 12th. And there's going to be some sort of separation there, right? Venus wants to connect, Saturn constricts. They're a little bit antithetical in that sense. And so there is some sense of desire to reach out and being received in a constricted manner, not getting that connection that is desired. And that might show through that South Node in the 7th house. So looking at what relationships fall away at this time, taking space to mourn whatever relationships fall away, taking space to collect yourself as there are shifts in your dynamics, and allowing that to ground you so that you don't feel a huge sense of loss to the point of being isolated as that's happening. Looking at Neptune here is interesting. Neptune as this kind of removed force in this moment, right? Now, I talked about Venus opposing Saturn. Venus will also oppose Neptune while moving through Virgo, right before dipping into her own sign, Libra. And Neptune otherwise is pretty tucked away, out of sight, out of mind. Again, if you're an Aries rising, this is Neptune in your 12th house, kind of like washing away some of these old narratives of maybe self-undoing from the past in your deep unconscious space. If you're an Aries sun or moon, this is Neptune kind of one sign just above your sun or moon, and therefore out of sight, out of mind in that sense. And Neptune is not visible to the sun moving through Leo over the course of this season. We will see what shows up when the sun moves through Virgo next season and makes an opposition following in Venus's footsteps. But in the meantime, maybe getting a sense of where you are being cleansed of something, where you are feeling, Neptune can make us feel detached from things. And maybe you've heard me describe it as a bit of a car wash. It's like we pull into the car wash, we go into neutral. We're not driving, right? Like we don't have our foot on the gas. Maybe we can turn on the radio or play some music, but for all intents and purposes, like we don't have great service in there. We're not really handling business while we're moving through the car wash. It's just a state of being cleansed, and we are kind of riding in neutral as it's happening. So thinking about where that's occurring for you in your life might be a feeling that you feel kind of on the back burner or like very vaguely in the distance for you. And getting a sense of maybe what's being erased there, what's being cleansed there, what stories of compassion are coming through. And maybe that compassion is important for you right now, Aries, as you're learning these lessons of self-expression, as you're seeing some relationships fall away and some be highlighted, getting a sense of where you can find empathy and compassion for yourself, for others, seeing maybe the different sides of things, and allowing that to be part of this kind of mastery process that you're moving through. Okay, Aries, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, please share, maybe with a fellow Aries who is seeking balance, and subscribe so that we can talk more about those oppositions to Neptune happening and what they're bringing up for you at this time. I'll see you then. Welcome, Taurus, to your Leo season forecast. As we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, and Venus starting off in your 4th house of home, family, origin story, emotional body, and land. We see Mercury and Venus moving into your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. The South Node is currently in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. And we've got a full moon in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Saturn and Neptune are posted up retrograde in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We've got the North Node and Chiron in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. Uranus has been hanging out in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world for quite some time. And last but not least, we have Mars moving through your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We've got some prompts for today. So we'll be looking at where I see myself shine this season, as well as how to support and foster growth here. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of here, and how to navigate these challenges. Okay, we'll be looking at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what stories are brewing beneath the surface of this season. We'll also roll our dice to see anything else we need to know at this time. Okay. Okay. So we've got the World reversed. The World is the final major arcana card and is typically affiliated with Saturn. And we just talked about Saturn being retrograde in your house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friendships and communities. So reversed, we might have maybe a resistance or a blockage to something coming to an end, or we might be reflecting on how we have arrived at a place of closure. And we'll look at the other cards in just a minute to get a sense of what other stories are present here. But there's certainly something in general coming to some sort of close for you. And we can look at that North Node and Chiron taking their time moving through your 12th house of endings, as we just described a moment ago. And so there is some sense of maybe getting clear on this process for you. What does it mean for things to come to a close for you? And how do you reach that decision or that conclusion? Are you conscious of how you reach that decision or conclusion? Perhaps not, since the 12th house is usually very unknown to us unless we are making great effort to become more clear on those influences. And with those placements being fiery and Aries themed, there may be more impulsiveness involved in how you arrive at endings or come to the conclusion of something. And so you might be reflecting on this process for yourself now before you kind of create an ending at this time. Let's see what else is here to see what else supports this story. Okay, so where I see myself shine this season. Okay, we're doing some more reflecting on balance here with Temperance. And just a quick reminder that when we're seeing these major arcana cards show up in these seasonal readings, we are kind of opening up to these themes over the course of this season. And it's likely that this is something that will continue to play out over the course of the next season and even the one after. Major arcana themes are kind of very big picture, very archetypal themes that we're tapping into. So both of these indicating that something is opening up this season that you might be continuing to explore as we move forward. So Temperance here in reverse might be a time where, especially since this is a positive placement, a time where you are shining in the practice of perhaps reflecting on what your balance looks like at this time, getting clear on what's out of balance, and then being able to focus on that, okay? So there might be something there with that South Node in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, where over the past year or so, since the nodes entered the Aries Libra axis mid-July of 2023, you may have been becoming more and more aware of where your time, your routine, your sense of health, and how your relationship to your body is at this time, and what might be out of balance there. Maybe you've taken on a lot and you are trying to figure out where you can put things down or where you can take on less responsibility. Maybe that connects us back to the World reversed here in terms of how do I end things? What does closure look like for me? How do I go about this process of bringing things to a close? So the more you're able to focus on what elements of these 4 are out of balance, right, is your sense of duty and like earthbound self really oversaturated, and it's not necessarily creating enough time or energy for your passion here in this Fire Wands place, for example. So as a place to see yourself shine, as a way of tapping into this authentic sun energy and perhaps appeasing some of your inner child senses, you might be really benefiting from entering this place of reflection regarding, let me just get clear on what's out of balance. Without judgment, right? Like shifting out of judgment, shifting out of what decisions you've made to arrive at this place, kind of just getting clear on what do I feel within myself needs my attention now. And the more you're able to focus on those areas, the more you're able to tap into this sun energy. And perhaps even get clear on, all right, if I've taken on too much tangible responsibility, or I'm doing all like the bulk of the communicating in this air space, maybe this is highlighting for me what I can also then decide to conclude if, we are recognizing some overdoing some areas. How to support and foster growth here. Okay. Ooh, love that. Okay, so the Queen of Wands is one of my favorite cards in the deck. Absolutely. And upright, we tend to be focusing on what it is we're able to kind of create, and we'll use the word manifest with some caution here. And in reverse, and as something that's going to support growth regarding your own balance, we might think about and perhaps reframe what it is you want to be making, right? So this, I won't necessarily say that like this is you internalizing your creative process, because the Queen of Wands already makes whatever they want for themselves. They don't care what anyone else wants. The King of Wands is someone who demonstrates outwardly, here is my vision, help me build it, tap into your own capacity to follow your own vision, etc. There's an outward extension and demonstration of those energies. But the Queen of Wands is already someone who kind of creates internally or is internally motivated. This is whatever she wants to make. This is whatever they find fascinating and whatever like conjures their passions, right? So I'm gonna steer away from saying like, turn your creative powers inward. Although if that's something that you want to work on or that is speaking to you as I describe this, absolutely. If there is something you are working on creating in your inner world or tapping into your imaginative powers at this time, then that's absolutely something that will foster this Temperance card. And the fact that this is the Queen of Wands certainly speaks to the example that I made here about not having enough time for this fiery passion energy that really drives and motivates us, right? Like we need a sense of purpose, we need a sense of passion. Otherwise, we are robotic and we are just contributing to capitalism with no reward. So I love that that kind of fits right into what I was saying there. And the way I want to frame this for you is to say that if we're reflecting on what's out of balance, then perhaps we're also reflecting on what makes me feel good to create, right? Again, looking at that Libra South Node, looking at the fact that you are a Taurus, whether it's your rising or sun or moon, you are Venus ruled. Venus wants to bring people together and feel connected, but to what fault or to what detriment to you? Are you creating and holding space for other people in such a manner that is not giving you the right to kind of determine what would make you feel good to focus on? All right, and that's certainly bringing us back to the South Node in Libra and that sixth house of how I spend my time on a regular basis. Am I people pleasing? Am I creating things for other people? And it's depleting my own sense of balance and passion here. So spending some time this season, getting clear on what this role of creativity is to you at this point in your life, whether you're neglecting creating for your own self, and what it might even look like for you to kind of return more time and energy to that function for yourself. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of here. Ooh, okay. I wondered who was going to get the star. Cute. All right, so it's reversed here too. None of these is particularly negative, in quotes, as a reversal, right? The star is one of the most fortunate energies, whether it's upright or reversed. And the star reversed might mirror some of the themes we've explored seeing the sun reversed in several of our recent lunation phases, where we might not be seeing what we are great at. We might not be seeing our inner light shine or what makes us unique, okay? And that might be part of this temperance balance as well. I don't need to care about my wands energy to continue this example and what I create for myself, because I'm not that great anyway. I don't really see what it is that I'm contributing to this world or to my friends and communities. I can see some Saturn Neptune influence up there again in that 11th house. Saturn's like, what are you doing out here? What are you creating? Who wants this, right? And that can absolutely feel very limiting, especially if we're going to talk about also Venus moving through Virgo, your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, play, and joy. And Venus moving through that house, which is its house of joy, even though it's its sign of detriment, is going to make an opposition to that Saturn up in your 11th house. And Venus will likely, especially since it's ruling you, Taurus, feel a sense of disconnect between what it is that I am good at, what it is that I feel passionate about expressing, and what it is I feel passionate about creating, and whether there's an audience or a community for this, or whether this will serve me in terms of what I'm trying to build for myself in the future down the line. And it's really important, I think, for you to see here in this star reversed what is beautiful and radiant and magical about you, and to decide what it is that you can create regardless of who gives a fuck about it, regardless of whether there's an audience, regardless of whether anyone wants it, right? And that absolutely ties us back into this Queen of Wands reversed. This energy is about creating for you. You are here to create beauty for yourself, Taurus. Like, that is your right as a Taurus, as a Venus-ruled sign. You are meant to be cultivating and preserving what feels important to you. And the value that you assign to those things innately becomes inherent to those things. And those others can decide whether or not that's a beauty that speaks to them or not. But it's not your job to please everyone. And that's absolutely, again, what that South Node in Libra is bringing up for all of us collectively. But for you, as a day-to-day practice, which certainly speaks to temperance as well, keeping all of these elements in balance on a day-to-day basis so that we can remain in an alchemical state with our talents and skills and passion and purpose. You've got to feel connected to that for yourself. I'm looking up at these major arcanas up here, certainly getting more about the sun here because it's about appeasing you and your inner child. What does your young self, who still lives within you, want to be experiencing in this world? What brings you curiosity? What makes you want to explore? No one else can tell you what that is for you. You've got to be able to own that for yourself. We can certainly look at strength and question some of the instincts that you've been conditioned with in terms of why it's important for you to create things that other people want to participate in or want to find valuable. Who told you that? I mean, again, we can blame capitalism all the time, and there are probably parental figures or familial figures or other figures of authority who have instilled in you the importance of living up to some expectation. Maybe that's what we see happening in this full moon in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation and tradition. And we've talked about how that full moon is going to be T-squaring that Taurus Uranus in your first house. So Uranus in your first house has, I imagine, been shaking you out of how you've been showing up in the world, giving you, or at least yearning for, some freedom in terms of what it is that you even move through the world to experience, as well as how it is that you appear to other people. That full moon in that 10th house space, opposite that sun in that 4th house space of your emotional body, really getting a sense of that Queen of Wands energy for that 4th house for you, is gonna be striking that Uranus in the 1st house, and you might experience a big fracture or break in what it is you think you owe other people and what it is, like what expectations you think you're here to live up to, what kind of reputation you think you need to have in this lifetime, and who even influences or creates that reputation. Like, who are these people? Who are these people? Who are they? I want to know. What have they done for you lately? Okay, and why are you doing all of this for them when your birthright as a Venusian sign is to experience pleasure and to root into, right, earth sign here, to root into where pleasure informs who you are as a person and how you're able to move through the world. So this star reverse energy is absolutely asking you to actually make room for the uniqueness that you bring here. That's certainly a 10th house in Aquarius, is like, I'm going to do things differently. I'm going to defy you, okay? I'm going to seek freedom in what my career looks like and what my reputation is and what traditions I adhere to. Okay, so how to navigate these challenges? Ooh, okay, we've got majors up the wazoo here. The Emperor is affiliated with Aries and certainly, again, connects us back to that Aries North Node, which we know is also hanging out with Chiron in your 12th house of what's going on here. I can't really see this shadow. It's looming right over me. If I dig in here, I'll find what sort of karmic stories or what sort of self-undoing might be influencing me at this time. Okay, so the Emperor upright is I am my own authority. It is not immature Aries, which says I do what I want at the expense of the others around me or completely regardless of what others need. The Emperor, Aries, in a mature sense, says I am a leader and I know that there are others behind me who need to see something modeled for them, perhaps, who need me to crack open this space in order for them to be able to follow. There's pioneer energy in here. Yes, it's in your 12th house, but if we think about all of your dark houses, right, 4, 8, 12 being fire, you are driven by passion, and there is absolutely a desire for autonomy there. And that might be, again, some karmic experience or some story about self-undoing where you have perhaps felt that you aren't deserving of being a leader, or where you have had opportunities to strike a path and you've defected from them in some way or otherwise denied yourself that opportunity. Let's start rolling these dice to see what else we got here. But I'm really enjoying seeing all of these majors showing up for you as a call to reflect on where am I not claiming authority in my life, okay? Where am I out of balance? Where am I not creating from my own desire and heart? Where am I not seeing my uniqueness and the role that I play in this lifetime? And where am I kind of like jettisoning my own sense of authority for who? And like, I wanted like, for who? Who are you doing that for, right? At the end of the day, I think it's important to understand who's influenced you in arriving at this place, who's helped foster these instincts that have told you that you're not entitled to own that part of yourself. Okay, yes, the North Node, absolutely, showing us that Emperor energy. And perhaps it's important to get a sense of where your sense of autonomy and authority and leadership maybe does originate from a place that you don't even necessarily recognize. And maybe that's some of what you don't trust about that, right? Again, that 12th house space is very foreign to us unless we have placements up there that have really called us to a place of introspection on what we experience in that 12th house space. The 12th house is isolation versus solitude. I'm going to be alone either way, but how am I going to get there? All right. Am I getting there because I'm neglecting something that's important to me and I have therefore become like severed from others or separated in that sense? Or am I choosing to go in here to create the space to cultivate my sense of autonomy? I think that's an important thing for you to begin exploring this season. And again, this reminder that most of these cards for you this season are majors. So we're opening up this conversation, but we might not be getting the exact answers just yet. You're just starting that exploration at this time. We've got Sagittarius, which is your other fire house, right? So we talked about Leo in that 4th house because that's the season. We've talked about Aries being your 12th house. Sag is your 8th house if you are a Taurus rising. And so there's certainly something there about these instincts and intuition that we need to look at, right? That's the space of our shared resources. So my spouse or otherwise whomever I am partnered and merged with, my boss, my landlord, as well as my ancestors. Where did I inherit this from, right? Who started this story of being disconnected from autonomy, being disconnected from leadership, and how is that impacting me now? As well as my psychology, right? Absolutely, and that's definitely tied to our ancestors. So what stories are living in my place of instinct and intuition that I really need to get clear on in terms of how they are preventing me from owning these themes for myself? Really loving the world reverse here then, because ultimately this is what's preventing you from moving forward and closing this chapter, right? Is that we need to pay attention to these themes first. And one, of course, that 1st house. And that 1st house, Uranus, is really going to play a big part this season Mercury's going to come back and make squares to that Uranus 2 more times, right? While it's retrograde, as well as what I mentioned before, that full moon that's going to T-square that Uranus. There's something yearning to break free in how you put yourself into the world. And Uranus will not let you ignore it. That's all I can say about that. So I think it would behoove you to make space for what Uranus is trying to bring into your life rather than fighting it, because fighting it will only make Uranus strike harder and attempt to break you out of these things in ways that you aren't creating space for. All right, Taurus, thanks so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Taurus who is breaking out of the mold, and subscribe so we can talk more about Venus and how these transits are inviting you to release responsibility to others that is no longer yours. So I'll see you then. Welcome, Gemini, to your Leo season forecast. As we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury starting off in your 3rd house of communication and the mind, peers and siblings, immediate environment, and neighborhood. We see Mercury and Venus move into your 4th house of home, origin story, family, emotional body, and land. The South Node is moving through your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. We've got a full moon in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, and higher learning. Saturn and Neptune are retrograde in your 10th house of career, reputation, legacy, and tradition. The North Node and Chiron are in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We've got Uranus moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. And we have Mars in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Okay, we have some prompts for today, where I see myself shine this season, as well as how to support and foster growth here, challenges or difficulties to be mindful of, and how to navigate these challenges. Okay, we'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are brewing beneath the surface, and we'll roll our dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know at this time. Okay. Boop. There we go. Okay, well that's nice. Look at you, getting some wishes. All right, so the Knight of Cups is under the deck today, and that's a lovely, beautiful omen. All right, the Knight of Cups is one of the most positive cards of the deck. Not that we are evaluating who's better than who, but this is certainly an indication that something you desire is possible this month, or perhaps that you are opening up to a lot of positive possibilities, okay? What precedes this is the 8 of Cups, which is where we leave behind something that is unfulfilling in order to make space for what is going to fill our cups next, okay? So this is a little bit of like making a wish and just being open to the potential that unfolds around you, being open to lots of opportunity and possibility. Let's see what else we have here. Okay. So, where I see myself shine this season. Oh, okay. Maybe naming what is unfair. Okay. Now, as a major arcana card, we are probably seeing these themes open up this season, but this may continue over the course of the next season or two. And I'm thinking about Venus entering Libra during Virgo season, and perhaps there is some, Venus will hit the South Node in that time. So perhaps that will be when this theme of justice really anchors or becomes clear for you. But thinking about Venus moving through that 4th house space of your emotional body, thinking about Venus making that opposition to Saturn up in that 10th house space of tradition and legacy and reputation. What do you value for yourself that is being disconnected or is not being perhaps respected or mutually reciprocated by what expectations you are currently living up to or trying to live up to? Okay? That's my first thought. We can also move to that South Node in Libra in that 5th house and think about what self-expression has been denied of you in the past, okay? Definitely already seeing some sun and strength energies here. that fifth house of self-expression. You're meant to be able to speak your mind and allow it to kind of be diplomatic or otherwise like mediating in some sense. But we might be moving through a time right now where you're having it brought to your attention where that self-expression has been conditioned to people please instead of call out unfairness or injustices. And you might be this season getting clear on where that's been true for you, right? When Venus makes that opposition to Saturn in that 10th house, it will be ruling that south node still, right? So whatever is coming up for you in that emotional body and that is coming up against what is expected of you or what you've been seeking to establish yourself as or how others talk about you, right? That reputation piece. It's really important for you to allow yourself to confront what has been unfair, what has been out of alignment, where you have been wronged, or perhaps where you have maybe asked others to people please or expected others to exist in that fashion, okay? Just getting clear on what this looks like for you, reflecting on even what your sense of justice might mean to you at this time or how it's been informed, what instincts have informed your sense of justice at this time. But getting clear on what this looks like for you is where you allow yourself to tap into that inner child energy and see yourself shine. So how to support and foster growth here. Okay, the world reversed was on the bottom of the deck for Taurus just before you. Okay, so we're not ending things right now, all right? We're not bringing things to an end in this moment. We are reflecting on what closure looks like for you. We're reflecting on how you've arrived at this place in your life. We're reflecting on what themes have brought you to this place and whether or not you're ready to seek closure. You might be reflecting on what would an ending mean for me, right? And this card is Saturn. Like this card is Libra and this card is Saturn. So not quite the opposition that we're talking about with Venus and Virgo, but we see some connections here. So Saturn here tends to want us to wrap up a chapter and get clear on, all right, where can I prepare to release this in order to start this journey over again, right? This is the final card in the major arcana. So once we move beyond the threshold of the world, we jump back into the Fool, and there's kind of contradictory energy there, right? The Fool doesn't necessarily have an astrological affiliation. It can be Uranian, some believe, and Uranus and Saturn are pretty antithetical. Saturn is very traditional, and Uranus is very radical and very innovative. And so what is coming up for you here in this sense of maybe what's keeping you in a place of remaining present with something? Are you resisting ending something? Are you resisting seeking closure on something? Or is it not quite yet the right time? Getting clear on this for yourself, getting clear on what endings look like at this time, what it would look like to cross that threshold, what it would mean to you, and maybe what stands in the way of that in this moment might be something that helps support you getting clear on what hasn't been fair or what is outstanding that still needs to be kind of ruled on or otherwise judged in some way. This is outstanding. I can't really end this yet. That reminds me that the reason that's true is that I've been asked to do this and that's not fair, for example. Just a very vague example there. Okay, challenges or difficulties to be mindful of here. Oh, you just got, all right, it's just major city over here. So the moon, love to see the moon co-present with the sun. We saw these energies in, I believe, our first Capricorn full moon video. We talked about them being a sequence, right? The moon and traveling through this unknown, this unconscious space, and getting to know our shadow self is what allows us to integrate that shadow self and become the sun, right? We burn through the clouds of the moon by burning away the fear and the uncertainty that we inhabit in keeping those things secret from ourselves. If we don't go in and befriend our shadows, they tend to rule us from a deeply unconscious place where we don't know why certain things are happening. We don't know why we're showing up in some way. We don't know why actions are unfolding in our lives or why we are acting out in some way. And it's important to get to know those things. I think of artist Yumi Sakugawa, who wrote about inviting our demons to tea, Like, we are afraid of our demons. We call them demons, first of all. When really, like, daemon is like a helpful spirit, right? And so kind of even just reframing that for ourselves, getting clear on what are the elements within my unconscious space that I'm fearful of. How is remaining fearful of them disempowering me? How would embracing them allow me to be a more integrated and whole person? And how might that then allow me to experience the world, right? I love the through line we're seeing here already. So, absolutely a connection here, as well as strength. If our instincts have been suppressed in some way, then we have created a shadow, right? It's probably not our fault. We're all children at some point, and our parents or our families or other social entities condition us to play nice or to allow for injustices to occur. We sweep things under the rug or otherwise are taught that certain things just aren't accessible or allowed. And that might be where some of these shadows have been formed. Parts of ourselves that become scary to us because others have informed us that we should be scared of them, right? So it's time to figure out how to nurture this. And how are we going to do that? How to navigate these challenges. Oh, okay. All right. So the Seven of Cups is such a fun energy, isn't it? It definitely connects to what we've just been talking about. The Seven of Cups is far enough into the suit that we can certainly describe how we get there by exploring our conditioning, right? So the Seven of Cups is a story of, I have experienced making choices in the past, and those choices have yielded certain emotional experiences. Those tend to be more negative, right? So I chose something that didn't work out, and that has stained what I think my future choices look like. Okay, that's absolutely a strength story. Like, where we experience failure, especially at earlier stages of our lives, will absolutely, depending on who our support system is, I'm thinking about that sun moving through your fourth house and also your chart ruler, stationing retrograde and moving back into that space as well. No, I'm sorry, your chart ruler stationing retrograde in your fourth house and Venus moving through that space. Yes, absolutely. So Mercury, your chart ruler, moving through that space, stationing retrograde very early on and moving back into your third house of the mind and communication. So what early patterning, like what did your support system look like in your family as a child, for example? Were you supported in those experiences of failure, or were you made to feel like that was your fault? Did you have anxious parents who took any sign of failure as a huge catastrophe, right? And has that colored how you now see what's available to you, as well as how you are able to trust or experience a lack of trust in how you make those decisions, right? So there's absolutely a story here to explore regarding, and we can tie this into the moon too, because if we've made these choices in the past, or we've viewed options in a way that have not served us or provided or yielded the desired results, and that has influenced what we now think is available to us, that also informs where we have some shadow elements there of autonomy, also choice. First of all, for you Gemini, is like, the choices are endless, right? Like every conversation you have yields new information. How is that shaping how you think about your options? I definitely see some of the, again, Mercury stationing retrograde in that fourth house, moving back into that third house of peers, immediate environment, the mind and communication. How do you communicate what it is that you want, first of all? It's a great question. How do you even come to that conclusion, right? What has been stored in this mind space, this third house mind space for you, that's influencing how you feel connected to what's in front of you at this time? I'm going to weave back in the Nine of Cups, because even though these are all, this is so many major arcana cards, and as I said before, this is likely going to be opened up for you this season but not necessarily concluded throughout the course of this season. This is a broader exploration. I imagine there will be more answers as the sun shifts into that fourth house, that Virgo space, and illuminates, quite literally, those family themes for you. And Mercury then ending its retrograde in Leo and making its way back into Virgo during Virgo season, ruling your chart and bringing you some more answers from that retrograde time about what that early life has done in terms of shaping how you view the world and how you move through it and what's available to you and how you'll be supported in making those choices, even if some of them do lead to failure. And maybe we need to get clear on what failure even means to us, right, Gemini? Like, what's your definition for that? Okay. So even though these are major arcana cards that will likely take some time, I'm really thinking that Virgo season will help illuminate a lot of these answers for you. We do have this one card on the ground here, right? And let's also notice that it is also a cup, like this 9. So this getting clear on what this 7 of Cups is bringing up for you, and I'd love to know, let me know in the comments, like what has your experience been in moving through choices and having that impact what you think is available to you next, right? If I've chosen a partner or a job and it turns out that partner or job was not suited for me or was even like harmful for me, how has that influenced what I feel I'm entitled to in that next choice? Do you feel that, have you internalized a story about deserving that harm or dissatisfaction? Are you crafting a story or internalizing a story around, well, that's how it's kind of always been and there's nothing out here for me? It's really important to break that down. Focusing on that this month certainly allows you to cultivate the space for, oh, this is what I'm actually entitled to open my cups up to. This is actually what I'm able to wish for. As I step out of this, as I get clear on this, because this is reversed, so we are finding our way out of this influence, right? This is a reversal that I love, okay? We are confronting this conditioning. We are confronting these like emotional knowledge stores within us, and we are stepping out of that confusion that comes. There's something emotional about your decision-making process, Gemini, and as a Gemini, as an air sign, whether that's rising, sun, or moon, there's not necessarily meant to be all of that emotion influencing those decisions. I want to know where your Mercury is. You can let me know that too. And that might certainly color some of this story as well. For example, if you've got a Mercury in Scorpio, okay, like that is an experience where that Mercury has logged onto many potentially negative stories and a lot of negative self-talk about the events that have transpired in your life and what they have informed you to be entitled to choose moving forward. Let's go ahead and roll these dice. But there's a big strength story here, absolutely. This intuitive and instinctual space has absolutely been influenced by whatever this emotional imprint that has been made within you about choices you've made in the past and what you feel like you deserve, okay? And illuminating that for yourself, focusing here first and foremost, absolutely connects you back with this inner child desire, allows you to safely access this moon space and get clear on what kind of creatures you think are living in there, and ultimately step out of this confusion to open up to some wishes and desires now. I knew that Libra was a big one. Yes, absolutely. So this Libra South node, bringing us back to that narrative of your self-expression meant to be artful, beautiful, and perhaps having been regulated in the past, having been asked to self-express in a way that placates others. Please put those ideas of advocacy away. That doesn't suit me. That unnerves me. Please express yourself differently. Or even how you fall in love, right? To go back to that idea of like an unsuitable partner. That fifth house of true love and who you're attracted to. Have you been conditioned to be attracted to people who want you to play small or otherwise cater to them? And has that influenced this 7 of Cups? Okay, let's see what's going on in this 8th house. Your 8th house is Capricorn. Okay, well, that certainly
fits well here with Saturn, and Pluto is there, right? Pluto is technically now teetering on the edge of Aquarius, about to make its way back into Capricorn. So there is this threshold of like the 9th house space of who I am in the larger context of the world I'm a part of, and how my shared like resources have influenced my view of myself being out in the world. So Pluto is absolutely an interesting character to watch here. Certainly connects with kind of most of this quadrant of the reading here, right? And especially fitting for this world space that is reversed, because this will be its final pass through your 8th house in this lifetime, unless you are going to live like another 250 years. So Pluto aims to finalize some story here in your 8th house about what access you have to those shared resources, what entitlement you have to what has been cultivated between you and another in some sense, whether it's your current contract with your boss and what you are paid, right? Your boss signed your paycheck. So that's a very 8th house theme. Whether it's an arrangement with a spouse and whether you actually have the power that you deserve, Pluto, in that spousal arrangement, or if that partner tries to kind of take more than they give or expects you to provide care, Capricorn, in a specific way, right? So, and maybe there's, again, stories in our ancestry that are lodged in this 8th house space that Pluto really wants to finally like crack open and ditch in this storyline for you. All right, I'm so curious to know what this is bringing up for you. So I would love for you to let me know in the comments. And thank you so much, Gemini, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please send it to a fellow Gemini who is ready to get clear on what's impacting their ability to decide what is suited for them. And subscribe so we can talk more about Virgo season next month and what Mercury wrapping up this retrograde will be bringing to light for you. So I'll see you then. Welcome, Cancer, to your Leo season forecast. Last but certainly not least. Okay, as we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus and Mercury starting off in your 2nd house of my stuff, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We see Mercury and Venus make their way into your 3rd house of neighborhood and immediate environment, peers and siblings, the mind and communication. We've got the South Node moving through your 4th house of origin story, family, emotional body, and home. We see the full moon striking your 8th house of shared resources. My boss, my landlord, my spouse, or otherwise partner, my ancestors, my psychology. We've got Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, higher learning. The North Node and Chiron are moving through your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Uranus has been hanging out for many years now in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and community. And last but not least, we see Mars moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. Okay, we have prompts for today, where I see myself shine this season, and how to support and foster growth here. Challenges or difficulties to be mindful of, and how to navigate these challenges or difficulties. All right, we'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are brewing beneath the surface of this season, and we'll roll the dice to see anything else that stands out or that we should look at this time. Okay, I just started to flip that over. I didn't even look at the bottom of the deck yet. All right, what a story. Okay, getting ahead of myself. 8 of Pentacles. All right, what are you putting into practice in like a routine way that is allowing you to build some skills? Certainly looking at all of these planets hanging out in your 2nd house, especially Mercury, who has now moved into your third house, but is about to move back into your second house while retrograde. So you might be getting clear this season on what your skills currently are and how it is that you are applying the time and the effort to, I'm not going to say perfect because that seems really capitalistic, but how you are spending time in building these skills to a place that feels good for you, that allows you to get done what you need to get done, that allows you to bring in the money or other resources that you need at this time. And let's see what else we're looking at here. Well, I already flipped over this card, so we've got a Seven of Swords story. Oh, interesting. What kind of imposter syndrome are you confronting this month, Cancer? What a lovely question. Okay. We talked about Uranus in your 11th house. There's a full moon in your 8th house opposing that sun in your 2nd house. So there's a big story here about what my worth is, 2nd house, how that is reflected in my shared resources, 8th house, and what I want for myself in the future, right? My hopes and dreams for the future, 11th house. Perhaps there is something like startling or shocking at this full moon that really forces you to get clear on what it is that you're actually good at. Okay, I know, what a crazy thought. Wild. So what's happening here? Where is the lie? Is the question I'm going to ask here in this Seven of Swords. You know, traditionally people will say you are trying to get away with something or someone's lying to you. Maybe. Are you not getting like fair pay from your boss? Are you undervaluing your own skills? Like that's a form of lying to yourself, right? That's certainly a form of trying to tell yourself that you are not as valuable as you actually truly are. So some of that can be really someone trying to get away with something. But I really, especially in this story here where I see the Eight of Pentacles, and especially as something to see yourself shining in this season, there's a story here about you confronting this imposter syndrome. What kind of stories do you tell yourself? And let's look at strength right now. What kind of stories do you tell yourself? What kind of stories do your instincts find around what you're not enough of? Okay, like where you feel like you don't fit in with the others, your peers perhaps, and maybe that's where Venus is going to enter your third house and Mercury is stationing retrograde in your third house, really calling your attention to how you think of yourself amongst your peers. Okay, for example, where do you think that you are not good enough? Where do you think that you are kind of faking it till you make it? Where do you feel like you are kind of like, I don't know, lying? Like that's the lie. The lie is there. The lie is in those stories. So you shine this season by getting clear on what those stories are to you at this chapter in your life, getting clear on what informed those stories and where your instincts and intuition have developed around those stories of not being enough. Okay. And I love that as a way of like accessing where you shine this month, because the more you focus on this imposter syndrome, the more you're able to tap into your innate skills and value, the more you're able to diffuse those stories that have told you that you're not enough or that you aren't as good as your peers. And you then get to appease that inner child who wants to just feel like being me is plenty. Okay, that's the theme we're going for this month. Being me is enough. All right. I don't need to keep comparing myself to other people. I don't need to keep telling myself these stories. I want to confront these stories and get clear on where they prevent me from accessing my inner child and like my inner sense of radiance. How to support and foster growth here. Ooh, okay. So it's time to tune inward, Cancer. All right. Now, this might be a different story depending on whether you're a Cancer rising, a Cancer sun, or a Cancer moon. I say that because a Cancer moon is at home in Cancer and a very intuitive sign. And that's not to say that the moon in other places is not intuitive. It certainly is. But that intuition and that access to ever-changing emotions can absolutely be denied by being in signs that are less suitable for the moon. So for example, if you are a Cancer rising, but you're a Capricorn moon, you are probably very intuitive, but you have not been given the space or the modeling from your nurturing figures as a child on how to own those emotions and express them in a free-flowing, healthy way, right? The moon is the moon. The moon doesn't care. The moon's going to feel what the moon feels. The moon is going to pull the ocean with it. All right. We're just going to have to deal with it. But if you've been taught that your emotions are not allowed or are not important or are not going to be met with support, that's impacting your experience of yourself as well as your intuition. So if you are a Cancer moon, but your moon also has aspects of affliction to other planets, like maybe your moon is in Cancer, but it squares Saturn, okay? Or opposes Saturn, for example. Or maybe it is square to Mars, okay? Then that's another story where you absolutely have access to all those emotions, but there's some influence, whether elsewhere within you or outside of you, that is attempting to squash or suppress or otherwise control those emotions. So this Page of Cups is an invitation in reverse to tune inward and get clear on what those intuitive processes look like for you. This is similar to where we saw the High Priestess reverse for our Taurus new moon, and this is a court card, not a major card, so it's perhaps a theme that you're able to address and name and speak to over the course of this season, right? But getting clear on what's blocking me from listening to these messages that are trying to emerge from within me. What prevents me from tuning into these messages or these inclinations that I get? Let's connect this with the Strength card, absolutely. Where has my intuition and my instinct been shaped by something else outside of me that has told me that listening to myself is bad, all right? That has told me that my own intuition is bad or going to steer me in the wrong direction or going to hurt me, or that, again, I'm not good enough to listen to my own intuition, right? Like everyone else is fine with that and I can't do it because mine is steering me astray, or again, some story of, someone's informed me that I shouldn't listen to this because it's faulty. Challenges to be mindful of here. Oh, this makes me want to hug you, Cancer. Six of Wands reversed is a story about where we have not received the attention that we deserve. We have not been celebrated. We have not been given credit for something that we did and succeeded at. We have had our light diminished by someone, or our success stories have been neglected or ignored. All right. Absolutely seeing a through line with this Seven of Swords here. If my amazingness is the word that came to mind, if my amazingness has not been honored, and in fact, like it's been diminished, or I've had other people refuse to acknowledge it and name it and support it and appreciate it, then that's absolutely informed me about both of these things. Informed me that I am not good enough and my peers are better, because you've likely then seen peers be celebrated for accomplishments that they've had while you have not. And that also tells me that my instincts are bad and my intuition is bad and I shouldn't listen to that, because I thought I was doing a great job at this. I thought that I deserved attention and praise for this and a celebration and a parade. But what I actually got was very different than that. So that tells me, and I'm going to internalize this as what I did, what my intuition told me, what I listened to within myself was the problem. Not that the people outside of me failed me, but that I did this and I brought this on, okay? So a challenge is absolutely going to be maybe reflecting on where in the past that has not occurred for you, where you've been deprived of this energy in your life, where you maybe deprive yourself of this. Do you not even share your successes and accomplishments because you don't think that you're deserving of celebration? Maybe that's a connected story to others neglecting that celebration, or maybe that's something you've cultivated on your own. Maybe others have tried to celebrate you, but you have come to a point in your life where you have held back on sharing what you're good at or sharing what you've accomplished because of some sun strength story here about, do people not appreciate when I'm the center of attention? Do people not, I'm kind of looking at that like Leo second house of, I inherited some sense of pride. Okay. I am like, my skills are unique. Okay. My skills and my values and my sense of self and how I apply myself, how I use those skills is unique to me in some way. Right. Leo in an unhealthy way is like, look at me, I'm the star. But in a healthy way says, me just showing up and being me invites other people to do the same. And that's what we love about Leo, all right? So have you been disconnected from your sense of self because of some story in your head that you are not deserving of this attention, or that your skills are actually not that good, or that you don't deserve to be recognized for something? That's a challenge for you this season. And how you're going to navigate that, oh, lovely, is by taking a step back and thinking about where you want to go next, right? 2 is where we sit down and we draw out the map. So, for example, the idea of planning a road trip. Where do I want to go? What's my destination? And what are the stops I want to make along the way? Now, when we set off on that journey in the 3, there's not necessarily a strict adherence to that plan. There are detours, and those detours tend to come from a place of exploration. I want to see myself in this space. I want to know what this is going to feel like. But that doesn't mean that, making the plan failed. It means that we created a skeleton of a plan, or an outline of a plan that we can improvise with once we're actually on the road with it. So that even contributes to this story here. Maybe you've been in a 2 of Wands place before. I'm guessing you have. And perhaps if you have in any way deviated from that path that you outlined for yourself, or that you expected to kind of like get to in a straightforward fashion, perhaps that has influenced this story around, well, I don't deserve praise around that. I'm not going to share that because I didn't do it exactly the way I thought I should. Oof. That's telling me a story about like perfection here. Is that the 8 of Pentacles story here? I mean, the 8 of Pentacles really does speak to what we're talking about in that 2nd house space, as well as what's going to be illuminated by that 8th house full moon, in terms of what efforts you are currently cultivating to be where you want to be and to streamline your process. So I think that that layer of the story is absolutely valid. But additionally, I think there's maybe a layer of perfection here. And if you have deviated from perfection in any way, which, like, what is it? First of all, what's perfection? But also, like, if we're talking about these instincts and this strength and inner child stories, where you have cultivated a sense of perfection may have been put upon you by others in your life. So there's a need, a call here to get clear on where you want to be going. What's the map that you want to be laying out for yourself right now? Not anyone else, not what your parents or your family told you that you should value. And again, let's remember that that South Node is moving through your 4th house of origin story and family and emotional body. So you have likely been excavating stories about your early conditioning, all right? I'm going to apply this to this narrative here because that means the North Node is in your 10th house, if you're a Cancer rising, of career, reputation, and legacy and tradition. You're here to create your own traditions. You're here to create your own path. Aries is the pioneer, right? Aries doesn't listen to other people's expectations. It listens to their needs, certainly, but needs and expectations are very different. And there's a good chance, Cancer, that your family has told you that those are one and the same, okay? That those need to be one and the same, and that how they talk about you is absolutely pivotal or critical to how the world sees you. No, you're here to pave your own path. You're here to pursue what really calls to you. You're here to be a pioneer, and you're in a part of your life right now where you are releasing those early stories around patterning and conditions that have influenced how you see yourself now. So forget the map that they drew for you. Forget the map that you've drawn in their shadow. Forget the map that anyone else has told you, you're not good at this, you should be doing this instead. Forget that. Tune into your intuition. Listen to those callings within you. Get a sense of where it is that you want to be going in your lifetime, or even just in this immediate moment, right? Like, this 2 of Wands is just the beginning of the suit. We're not even on the road yet. There's so much time beyond the 2 to decide, again, what pathways you want to deviate onto, and to allow yourself to do that, okay? So let's roll these dice to see what we've got here, but definitely seeing a really clear through line here in terms of where you've been and what sort of stories you've shaped around the praise that you deserve, as well as what you are good at and what you are innately good at and uniquely good at, and where it is that you want to begin applying your sense of direction to your own life, okay? Okay, yes. Yeah, absolutely, that Virgo narrative in your 3rd house of the mind, and Mercury ruling that space and stationing retrograde in that space. Where have you internalized stories about who you are amongst your peers? About who you are in contrast with your other siblings or cousins if you have them. Like what in your mind, right? Third house space. Oh my goodness, I'm so silly. This is Scorpio. Let's move to your fifth house, okay? So, oh, I see the 4 here. Oh my God, I want to talk about it. Okay, let's move to that fifth house. I did make a joke earlier, like if you've got a Scorpio Mercury, for example, then that is a Mercury that has really crystallized those narratives about what it is you're good at and what it is that you have access to, right? Whatever you have in Scorpio, in that fifth house of self-expression, or if you're a Cancer sun or moon, that is then trine to those placements, is also free-flowing straight into that Cancer placement of what it is we think we are, what it is we think we can do, what it is that we think we have access to, right? And we know Scorpio really holds on to things very deeply. Scorpio certainly fits with this strength narrative here as well. And so that fifth house is meant to be playful, is meant to be enjoying things, is meant to be cultivating a sense of confidence and self-expression, as well as what true love looks like for us. So it's important to perhaps get clear on what placements you have in that space that might be influencing this story here, or otherwise what stories you have experienced around self-expression and play and joy that have led to this place. Were you prohibited from experiencing play and joy as a child, and that's made you very focused on your productivity, and that has really colored this whole narrative of why I don't get praise and why I don't listen to myself and why I don't think I'm good enough? Okay. And let's think about Mars ruling that space from your 12th house right now. Or if you're a Cancer sun or moon, then the sign just behind, it's like the 12th house from your sun and moon. And so kind of invisible to those planets right now, but absolutely influencing who it is that you think you are. If you're a Cancer rising and Mars is moving to your 12th house, then that is trying to kind of carve out some of those mental health stories, right? Some of those stories of isolation. Where have I been isolated by my experience, and how can I confront that now? All right. Yes, that 4th house, 1000%. We talked about that Libra South node passing through that space. And if you're a Cancer sun or moon, that means that Libra South node is squaring those planets. So really calling you, like it's 4 signs away from your planets, right? So either way you slice it, sun, moon, rising, the the South node in that 4 signs away placement is challenging you to make choices in this moment, right? About what you're willing to leave behind in terms of the people pleasing and the placating and the false narratives you've been roped up in, and how that's going to clear up a lot of what's keeping you from figuring out where you're able to go. And Venus, let's look at Venus. Now, Venus is about to move into Virgo, right? In that 3rd house space. And that means that there's a lot of maybe possibility in that 3rd house space. Venus is here to kind of bring some peace and calm to that 3rd house space. However, Venus will oppose Saturn in that 9th house space. And you may feel some sense of disconnect between what I value about my mind and how that is not received, or where that is constricted or rejected by Saturn in the 9th house of the broader definition of what being good at something even means. It's time for you to redefine for yourself what it looks like for you to own yourself, even if it means being separated from your peers in some way, and finding the beauty in that, not focusing on the negativity or the shortcomings that you might find there, but finding what you are really good at there. Again, tuning into that sun where you are able to shine just as you being enough. All right, Cancer, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please please share with a fellow Cancer who is deprogramming, and subscribe so we can talk more about that Mercury retrograde and what it's going to bring to that 3rd house space for you once it clears that shadow. All right, I'll see you then.